Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe. Tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on auto draft, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
If it was any other player saying this, it wouldn't have the connotation that it does. It's just when people hear, oh, A.J. Brown had some comments, they're like, oh, brother, here we go again. He's being dramatic. But listen, I do think there is some good to this. There is some good in the fact that he is still competitive and he still wants his offense to perform. Because here's the thing. When you talk about the Eagles, a team that just won a Super Bowl, the standard is going to be higher. Like some of these other teams, you know, that have won a bunch of games, like say the Colts, which I know they don't have any problems with their offense. I feel like they are happy to be there. And they're like, wow, look at our record compared to last year. But when you're the Eagles and you expect to be one of the best teams in the NFL, like the standard is higher. So, of course, you're not going to be happy when you see these offensive numbers where I think it was through the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, you look at the offensive stats for the Eagles, and they were in the bottom along with like the Titans and the Cardinals and, the Browns. Like statistically speaking, and that's why like we'll do our power rankings later, but earlier in the season it was really hard for me to look at the Eagles and be like, yeah, this is a top 5 team.
So I'm looking these numbers up right now to find where Philadelphia is, and they are low. Not like bottom of the floor. They have some separation between your Titans and the Browns and the Raiders and the Steelers, but not a lot. I mean, they're still very much bottom half of the NFL right now, just barely getting over 300 yards a game. With all that talent and all of those resources financially pouring into the offense. I mean, think about it. A.J. Brown's on a long-term deal. He's one of the highest paid wide receivers. Saquon Barkley, you basically reset the market with. Jalen Hurts, when he was paid, you basically reset the market with. Devontae Smith is the highest paid number 2 wide receiver. Dallas Goedert is a really, really good player. He's not up there with the highest paid tight ends, but you're putting a lot of money in for your tight end. And you look at everyone on their offensive line that they're paying a lot of money to. They're checking a lot of boxes in terms of who we're paying. Your core is there. They're just not performing. And eventually, like, it's very clearly not the players. It's not like A.J. Brown is dropping passes. It's not like Saquon Barkley is just completely falling on his rear end and doesn't know where to find the hole or the gap that he's supposed to run through. This is on coaching. And this is what happens when you lose an offensive coordinator. They lose Kellen Moore, who's now the head coach of the Saints, and they just have not been able to find the identity and the execution that they had last year. The same thing happened when they lost Shane Steichen. So this is the punishment of being a good football team in the NFL.
Yeah, I just think that even, if you take away all the numbers, just the eye test. Last year, the Eagles were the most dominant team in the NFL. Do you remember the Super Bowl? They boat raced, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Right, and even going back to that game against the Commanders, it felt like the Eagles were scoring 40 points a game, even against the best competition in the NFL. So this year feels like a very stark contrast, and the players are not that different. And that's what it feels like to me. All right, coming up next, we get into some of the biggest takeaways from last night in the NBA. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jones and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back for more. Let's talk some hoops. In this segment, you'll get your basketball fill with the biggest storylines coming out of the NBA last night and a little sprinkle of the WNBA. And here's what I mean by that, because obviously the WNBA not going on right now, but Caitlin Clark is still turning heads, but on the golf course. So didn't Day and for Jenks today, didn't I just directed you to watch some of these highlights from Caitlin Clark playing at the Annika Pro-Am in the last few days? My goodness, like when you see some of these putts that she hits, it's kind of not surprising considering that she hits all these logo threes where you're like, okay, the hand-eye coordination is clearly there, the accuracy, it all makes sense. But one of these putts she hit, it looks like a putt that would have been impressive on the PGA Tour. Caitlin Clark is at it again.
I mean, she is ridiculous. That long ball accuracy in both basketball and golf is crazy impressive. I'm glad that she's getting to play in these sorts of events because I know she's talked about for a long time really loving golf in a very similar way to Steph Curry. So it's cool to see her out there. I do wonder if Fever fans are like, hey, like how's the lower body right now because you didn't play at the end of last year because of that, and you're out here playing golf. But I saw that her teammates were out there as well. I think Lexi Hull and Sophie Cunningham were out there too. And it's nice that they get to go hang out. You're a golfer now. So, like, do you judge her swing? Can you accurately be like, hey, I think she needs to work on this, shift the hands, do these sorts of things? I don't golf. I mean, I mini golf, but that becomes hockey after a certain amount of holes.
See, I'm not an actual golfer. I have never played a full round of golf, but we live on a golf course. So we play these, 3 holes over and over again because we can just walk out and, play on the course. So, I've played a lot of golf, but not consecutively. So I wouldn't say that I'm an authority on anything. And here's the other thing where I think social media has kind of skewed people's view of things, where it's like your swing off the tee means more than anything. Like you want to look so powerful and strong and your backswing needs to be perfect. But at the end of the day, your swing doesn't really matter. Like the way that it looks, it's very similar to baseball delivery when you're pitching. Who cares what it looks like as long as you're throwing strikes and you're throwing fast? We see some guys on tour that have weird swings, which I don't know what Matt Wolff is doing these days. He kind of had a precipitous fall off, but he has a weird swing. As long as it goes to the place where you're supposed to be putting it, swing doesn't matter as much. But that was my first reaction when I saw Caitlin Clark's swing off the tee, is that her backswing was not as powerful as I thought it was going to be. But her short game is incredible.
Incredible. I feel like the chipping is also nice, but I've seen Charles Barkley swing and he performs better than I do. The swing is ugly. It actually looks like it hurts him. He's fixed it now, but we all remember the it takes 6 different torques to get that body, that round body of his moving, the round mound of rebound.
Well, I mean, that's a huge step below what I'm talking about. Because, if you're looking at her swing, most people be like, oh, that's a great swing. It's just, I have these really high expectations because she's Caitlin Clark. And, she does all these incredible things. And I knew that she played golf. But, again, some of these putts that she made, it's not surprising. So, it's funny to see the parallels between her and Steph Curry. Because we all know Steph Curry is really good at golf. So, this is what I would be thinking of. I know Adam Silver's kind of busy with the betting allegations, but I feel like it would be cool to see the match 5 or whatever installment we're on, where it's Caitlin Clark v Steph Curry. And of course, Caitlin Clark would get to hit off the women's tees, but that would be a fun matchup.
That'd be great PR to push the gambling stuff and the scandals to the back. Be like, hey, I know there's a bunch of weird things happening, but here's Steph Curry and Caitlin Clark.
And you can bet on it and use our promo code. But it is something that I would like to see. And at the end of the day, more press for these WNBA players, especially which I have not been following their beef with the commissioner quite as much as I think some other people. But the more press they can get off the court, because I think the claim is that she's saying, oh, the WNBA made Caitlin Clark, which is very stupid. Caitlin Clark was an absolute icon at Iowa. So I think this goes in the favor of the WNBA players and maybe some more leverage in some of those negotiations. All right, well, speaking of Steph Curry, Steph had a huge night last night, scoring 46 points on the Spurs in the Warriors 125-120 win. Sometimes I see these numbers from the superstars, and then we had like a big night from several of the superstars, including Nikola Jokic, scoring 55 points in a Nuggets win. Some of these don't really surprise me, though. Like, you know, when you get to that level of superstardom where you're like, oh, Nikola Jokic, he scored 55. What's new? But I was kind of surprised to see Steph scoring 46, especially on a Spurs team that, of course, has some great defensive pieces. But Steph still got it. Like, I know he's getting older, but it's just proof that, I don't know, the baby face kind of matches the game.
Yeah, the babyface assassin. I don't know how much you can call him a babyface now that he has facial hair. Like, it worked really well when he couldn't grow facial hair because that was relatable to most men out there, not this guy. But I think what he did last night, first of all, Victor Wembanyama got to be in hell every time he sees Steph Curry because he got him last night. He gets him in the Olympics. Like, it is just pain whenever he sees the devil known as Curry, as the French broadcasters called it, walking into the arena. You know, Golden State had issues entering this game. There's some odd friction going on inside that locker room to the point where Jimmy Butler was talking about everybody needs to lock in for the greater good, and Draymond Green was talking about everybody needs to lock in for the greater good. If you're talking about the greater good in November, things are not going well inside that locker room, but much can be masked when you have the greatest shooter of all time. And now he's climbing records, Chelsea. He breaks a tie with Kevin Durant as the 9th most 40-plus point games performances in NBA history. That was his 73rd last night. And if he's doing that now, I can't imagine he's going to be stopping anytime in the near future, which means he's only going to ascend up and up that list. I love watching him play, though. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, and here's another record to add to the list. He now trails Michael Jordan by 1 game for the most 40-point games after turning 30. So it feels like he is not riding off into the sunset just yet. And here's the thing. Like, I think it's extremely helpful when you have a superstar on a team that is unproblematic, where it's never Steph Curry who's the issue. And I know that the Warriors have had their share of issues, cough, cough, Draymond Green, punching teammates in the face, getting all of these technical fouls. But I do think it is a steadying anchor, you know, for a team when you have somebody like that that's been such a fixture who also speaks with his game.
I am so fascinated by that relationship. The Steph and the Draymond, because you would think, just knowing what we know about Draymond and just knowing what we know about Steph, those guys would not be friends. But here they are, very friendly with each other, obviously. They put years of work in. They're one of the greatest. They put together some of the greatest teams in recent modern-day NBA history. But I'm so interested by how that dynamic works because Draymond Green, in a lot of instances, just does whatever he wants. There's not a lot of pullback on it. They try and, hey, Draymond, don't do that, and we're going to keep him level-headed. It's never worked. I haven't seen a time where he's been level-headed. And then you get Steph, who does none of these things. I mean, he's like cursed at an official twice in his NBA career. He's thrown a mouthpiece once. That's like the worst of his crimes in the NBA. Meanwhile, Draymond Green is literally trying to compete in UFC events at midcourt, and they just kind of coexist together. It's a fascinating dynamic that has led to some great teams, but I am dying to know. I love this sort of stuff. Like, I love getting behind, getting the behind the scenes action and behind the scenes stuff. That relationship, though, has puzzled me for years.
Well, I think it speaks to how good of a coach Steve Kerr is, right? And speaking of, he learned from one of the best to ever do it at managing personalities, and that is Phil Jackson. Because remember, there was a relationship with the Lakers where it was Shaq and it was Kobe, and it wasn't exactly BFF and singing Kumbaya, around the campfire at the time. So I think it's one of those things where I bet Steve Kerr probably called Phil Jackson a few times. Because, think about that. It feels very similar. What do you do in this situation? And Phil Jackson said in his book that, half of coaching in the NBA is managing personalities. And this is exactly that.
He got those notes on Dennis Rodman. Hey, Phil, what did you do when you saw your power forward in a dress? How did you handle that? Or, Phil, what when he called and said, I'm in Vegas for the next 72 hours because we don't have a game for 4 days, how did you handle that? I'm going to try and use some of that with the Draymond Green experience. I do feel like the Warriors, though, are a really good team when everybody is locked in. Like Jimmy Butler is like a perfect 1B. Steph obviously is 1A. They got a bunch of young pieces on that roster. That game was a lot of fun to watch last night. Now, it didn't quite impress me, as crazy as this sounds, Chelsea. It didn't quite impress me as much as Jokic did, because that guy is must-watch television every single night. We were talking yesterday about how Cade Cunningham had the best-worst performance that you've ever seen because he missed 31 shots. Jokic got 55 points on 23 shots last night. Like, mathematically, that doesn't even seem possible. For the entire month of November, he's shooting 73% from the floor. I have no idea how he continues to amaze me, but he finds new ways every single year. I mean, we're on the verge. If Denver wins another championship, Chelsea, he is firmly implanted in the greatest players of all time. Like, he's already, approaching the top 10. That's what happens when you win 3 MVPs. But if he wins another championship and a 4th MVP, you're putting him in conversations, as hilarious as this sounds, because aesthetically it does not work. But you're putting him in conversations as one of the greatest players to ever step on the floor.
I don't even think that's a hot take. Like, for somebody who's averaging a triple-double, and maybe you look at those shooting percentages and you're like, okay, he's a big man. But look at his percentage. He's even a good 3-point shooter. Like, I think he averages 36% for the 3-point line for his career, which is pretty damn good for a big. And then you look at his percentages from the free throw line, which is very helpful when you're a post player. And he's averaging 85% this season. So he is an efficient shooter. And here's the other thing. Like, some of the things that aren't even included in the stat line, like, I understand assists are a part of it. But, like, you've seen some of his passes. Like, the fact that he feels like the most well-rounded player out there, where he's making these no-look passes, he's setting up his teammates, and it's just this ho-hum mentality where he's like, oh, yeah, I scored 55 points. Time to FaceTime my horses. Where I think maybe that goes into it just because he's not, over the top, and he's not bragging about his games, but again, like, if there's ever a perfect example of somebody that lets the game do the talking, it's Nikola Jokic, and the fact that he has just been so dominant, and it feels like every aspect of the game.
It's so much. He is, if you were to make a list of must-watch athletes that are currently playing, you'd probably put, like, Mahomes and Josh Allen in there in the NFL. But I would say definitively the 2 players that you need to be in front of the television in the NBA when they're playing are Steph Curry, the man we just talked about, and Nikola Jokic, the guy that we are talking about now. If he is on prime time, whether it's Peacock, Amazon, ESPN, NBA TV, like whatever installment of prime time you have to subscribe to and pay your $1 to, if he's on that, you have to be in front of the television, because on literally a Wednesday night, he goes for 55, shooting 78.3% from the floor.
Do you think it hurts the NBA as a league that a lot of their best players are on the West Coast? Like,
Definitely.
I understand there are people who live on the West Coast, but like, as for a lot of us who have to wake up early, and I understand most people aren't waking up at 3:45 like we are, but like, some of these games, people can't stay up and watch. And I do think, if the casual fan isn't going to stay up and watch, games till midnight, it hurts the league because they're not seeing this in real time.
It does. That game last night tipped off at, I think it was scheduled to tip off at 10:30. So probably tipped off at like 10:37 or something like that, East Coast time. I mean, that's very tough to stay up and watch if you were just a normal person and you have a 9 to 5 and maybe your commute. I love the people that have a commute of like 10 minutes, although I guess that's kind of me now. But for a while, I had a commute of like an hour, and I'm like, I can't stay up to watch these sorts of things if I then have to drive an hour to work. Like, if you're just a regular person with that kind of commute, you can't watch these. You can't watch these guys. As funny as it is to stay up and watch like Shaq and Chuck and all these dudes who there's added reason to stay up. You're not doing that. So with LeBron and Luka out west, and Nikola Jokic out west, among all of the other Steph Curry and all the other superstars, it is very, very difficult.
I think that is the toughest part for me personally, is that like, the NBA is exciting, and even in the regular season, like, look at all the stats we had last night. And you talk about like must-watch players. We haven't even mentioned Wemby. who I think is my number one must-watch player just simply because he's new to the spotlight. And it just feels like physically and visually speaking, like watching him play, it feels like this has to be AI, right? Like, when you're scrolling Instagram, you see something, you're like, this can't be real. Like, that's what it feels like watching Wemby have the handles that he does at his height.
I hate falling for AI videos. When we get back, I think I'm going to share the AI trick that I fall for the most, and it gets me every single time, but I can't stop watching it.
I just always think of Stephen Hawking doing extreme sports. I am very aware that that is fake, but I still watch it. All right, coming up next, we'll get to some college football news after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, where were we on a Thursday, November 13th? Din day in for Jenks. I'm Chelsea Messenger. So we've talked a little NBA. We've done a little Eagles drama. So in this segment, we will get to our power rankings in the NFL. But first, a little sprinkle of college football. So, Din, we know you are a college football guy. And some of the fallout from this Brian Kelly firing situation at LSU has been pretty comical to me. And we know this is kind of how things go in like the state of Louisiana, where everything is entangled and, you know, the governor and whoever is involved in everything when it comes to the football program. But they currently LSU is offering buyout deals to Brian Kelly, which he is rejecting. So how do you think this ends? Like, because right now it feels like there are a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of, you know, litigation and negotiating. But how do you think this ends for Brian Kelly?
With $54 million, the way that it should end for Brian Kelly. Now, I want to make one thing very clear. He stinks. I have not heard a single good thing about him. I think he's a good football coach, but not a great football coach. And I would like to reiterate, I've not heard a single good thing about him, especially after the firing, but even before the firing. You know, after the firing, you know, people will come and they'll start to take their shots because you don't have power anymore. But even before the firing, with that said, if he signed a contract for $95 million, which he did, and then he got fired just a few years into that contract, which he allegedly did, heavy emphasis on allegedly nowadays, he should get the buyout money that is owed on that contract, which is $54 million. And if I was in Brian Kelly's position, I would be getting every single penny of that $54 million. You know what the biggest difference is, Chelsea, between either $25 million or $30 million compared to $54 million? It's a whopping $24 million. And there is not a soul on earth that's going to be like, yeah, I'm okay giving $24 million away to somebody that fired me and then tried to throw some smut on my name. What's crazy is, if he really wanted to, according to this lawsuit, he could show up at practice today because he's basically alleging that they never really fired him or that Scott Woodward didn't have the power to fire him, which means if he really wanted to, he could walk into the facility. That badge card better still be working, buddy. No Jamal Adams on that one. He can walk into the facility and be like, all right, guys, everybody on the line.
That would be wild. And honestly, I'm kind of rooting for that, even though I don't think that's going to happen. But like, I think it boils down to just what the contract says, right? If he has a good agent / lawyer, I know most agents are probably lawyers, but like my point being is that, you know, it's right there in the contract. And, you know, it is a legally binding document. So if the contract says that he gets a certain amount of money, he is going to get a certain amount of money unless they find some type of a loophole, which I haven't heard anything. So I do think he's going to get all of it.
He's going to get all of it. The loophole would have to be like, it'd have to be crazy deep, because the way that he got fired was that they wanted to fire somebody else, and then allegedly he and the athletic director got into a massive verbal altercation that resulted in Brian Kelly instead being fired. And then they also fired the then offensive coordinator. They wanted to fire the OC. Brian Kelly was going to fall on the sword, despite the fact that we had literally like 12 hours prior seen him yelling and screaming at the OC, telling him to do a better job when they were getting their asses handed to him at Texas A&M or versus Texas A&M. But it was an altercation that led to him being fired. It felt very petty and very personal in the moment. And that is the problem with LSU. That's why Scott Woodward got canned, is that it felt like there was some personal stuff in there, but that personal stuff is now costing the university $54 million. And there's not a soul on the planet that you are going to keep around if they're costing you $54 million. That's too deep in the red. There's no amount of personality that's going to save you if you're costing them $54 million.
Well, and if you're looking for personality, it's not coming from Brian Kelly.
Right, or Scott Woodward for that matter.
Right, but here's the other thing. I felt like no matter how this ended, whenever it ended, it was going to be contentious. Like, you can tell by the way that Brian Kelly handles, like,
everything.
Criticism. Right, like, he just doesn't handle adversity well. So, like, I knew that it was going to be contentious. I knew that he was not going to take this laying down. And that's exactly how it sounds like things are going currently in Baton Rouge. All right, so let's switch gears to the NFL because we got some power ranking to do.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever!
All right, so since Jenks is overseas covering the Commanders, Denton is in, and we're going to give you our top 5 teams in the NFL. So, Denton, I'm going to let you start here. And before you get into it, what goes into your criteria? Is this simply an eye test thing, or do you look at numbers? Do you project things and say, okay, this team doesn't have the record, but I've watched them and I think they're one of the best teams? Or is it based on just numbers alone?
It's definitely more eye test and projections than it is, numbers and statistics. The NFL is a week-to-week league. You're going to lose football games. Sometimes you're going to get blown out in some football games that you should not be getting blown out in. But in watching and seeing the context of the game, sometimes it makes a little bit more sense. Keep that in mind in a few picks here. I'm going to start with number 5. I got the Detroit Lions. They beat up on the Commanders, which is pretty self-explanatory because everybody is beating up on the Commanders. I really like a lot of what they have on their roster. I still think defensively they have a little bit of some holes, some issues, but with Aiden Hutchinson, he can mask a lot of those things. And offensively, they're just so stacked at every single position. And Jahmyr Gibbs is really starting to play well. Amon-Ra St. Brown is really starting to play well. I mean, he's an all-time all-pro narrative shifter. And the fact that he got on a podcast and said that he actually did hit Daron Payne when he said on Sunday that he did not hit Daron Payne and basically tried to victim blame or make himself this victim like he didn't cause the problem and the NFL is going to do nothing about it, which is ridiculous, but whatever. I like the Lions here at number 5. At 4, I got the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, with Patrick Mahomes, it feels like they're starting to turn a corner a little bit offensively. Defensively, they're really well coached. Obviously, Steve Spagnuolo is one of the best in the business at coaching up a good defense. So I got Kansas City at number 4. I got Buffalo at number 3. And I know they got waxed by Miami this weekend, but I'm expecting a big-time bounce back from Buffalo, and I would argue right now that Josh Allen is playing at a really, really high level. Didn't look it against Miami, but they should have won that football game. They had opportunities to win that football game, and they just weren't able to execute. I'm expecting a big bounce back this week from Buffalo, so I'm still respecting the Bills, and I still got them at number 3. And then I got the Seahawks at number 2, Chelsea, and the Rams at number 1. It is an NFC West party at the top of my power rankings. These two teams, they can get after the passer. They can throw the football as well as anybody. And then stunningly, not so much for Seattle, but stunningly for Los Angeles, their defensive backs are playing at a really high level. The reason I put the Rams over the Seahawks is because right now Matthew Stafford is, I would say, the MVP of the league. So I'm going to give him just a little bit of a nudge. And what they did to San Francisco this weekend was unbelievable. But I like the 2 NFC West teams at the top of my power rankings.
Yeah, so massive game this weekend as the Rams and the Seahawks play each other. That should be must-see TV for you and for most people who are fans of the NFL. All right, as for me, I'm going to go with the Rams as my top team for all the reasons that you mentioned. Matt Stafford playing like an MVP. And plus, if we are projecting this onto the postseason, I still trust Matt Stafford and Sean McVay implicitly to where some of these teams who have come on strong this season, like I still have questions about them in the postseason just because they haven't proven it. And then on the same wavelength, number 2, I'm going to go Kansas City. Still a great defense, still Patrick Mahomes, and it feels like the offense has actually found something over the last few weeks. And then we get to one of those upstart teams. I'm going to go Patriots at number 3 just because what we've seen and this stretch where I keep doubting the Patriots, I say, okay, this line doesn't make a ton of sense. The Patriots getting 2.5 has to be the other way, has to be Tampa Bay. That was a big road win for a young Patriots team. And now it feels like Mike Vrabel has figured out, hey, maybe I should use Travion Henderson. He's pretty damn good. So Patriots at 3. Speaking of playmakers, got the Lions at 4. Jahmyr Gibbs is a blur. Jared Goff, I think, has the second best quarterback rating in the NFL right now as well. And I think people love to forget about him as well, but still a veteran quarterback who's great at pulling the strings for that offense. And 5, this one I had some contention with because I was like, okay, do I go Colts here or do I go Eagles here? But again, if I'm in the mindset of who do I trust more in the postseason and who, like, if somebody give me like $50 to put on like a postseason future to win the Super Bowl, like who are my top 5 teams? So I'm going to go with the Eagles here. I still think they figure it out offensively speaking, and their defense, man, has it been lights out. So I think the Eagles have that trait where they know how to win, and even if it's a close game, they're going to pull it out at the end. So Eagles are rounding out my top 5. But Dan, let me ask you, do you think the Colts should be in our top 5 or at least get a mention?
Honestly, no, I do not. I am kicking myself for not mentioning the Patriots as you did. I think your ranking of the Patriots is really, really strong. If I'm ranking the Colts, I mean, maybe they're 7th or 8th, but I'm a big believer, Chelsea. If you get an honorable mention, you get one honorable mention. I hate these lists that have like 12 honorable mentions. Like, buddy, just make a cutoff, all right? Like, we don't need to do all this. Everyone's included here. This is a list at the top, whatever. So I'm a fan of one honorable mention, and for me, that would be the New England Patriots. I don't know, maybe I should have swapped them with the Lions. But I like the Colts. They're playing well. They have another MVP candidate with Jonathan Taylor. I'm excited to see what Sauce Gardner is going to look like when he has a couple of weeks in this defense under his belt. But I still have I'm still got some Daniel Jones questions. And when you look at some of these other teams, I think a lot of it does, kind of fall on the quarterback. If you look at all of our teams, all of these teams are really trustworthy quarterbacks. And I'm not fully there yet with Daniel Jones.
Well, and plus we've seen little flashes of it where I know that the Colts continue to win, but like there have been some games in which Daniel Jones has not looked flawless. Right.
He's coming back.
That's the thing. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to be flawless. It's just the narrative is already out there. It's similar to when Sam Darnold had that bad playoff game. It's like, okay, oh, you had a whole great season. Who cares? One bad game? I told you it's Sam Darnold from the Jets, which feels a little unfair. And maybe I should have mentioned the Seahawks. They're really good, but I think this weekend will say a lot about if the Seahawks team is for real, because that's the thing. If you're talking about power rankings and the top 5 teams in the NFL, you need to show it against the best teams across the league and not just beat up on, some of the cellar dwellers. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday, which means it's time to give out some plays for Thursday Night Football. Jets, Patriots, big spread. Maybe we got some props. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
sports.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks today. And over the next hour, we'll get to Thursday Night Football in this segment. What we're betting on a game that features a big spread. Patriots now up to 13.5-point home favorites against the lowly Jets. Then we'll get into the NBA slate, see if there's anything we're betting on there. And then we'll get to our Survivor plays later in the show. So, Den, I saw you put this in the rundown, and I think my first question is, whenever somebody sends me a link from a social media account that has a funny name, I think to myself, so do you follow Fat Kid Deals? Because the story you put in here was from Fat Kid Deal. So, Denton, big question. Do you follow Fat Kid Deals?
I do not follow Fat Kid Deals, but there are Fat Kid Deals that be making their way to my For You page on Twitter, if you know what I'm saying. Maybe I should follow Fat Kid Deals. That actually might be beneficial to me. I'm trying to lose some weight here. You know, it's holiday season, just got to make sure I'm prepared. But, I mean, some of the stuff they be tweeting out here might be beneficial to your boy.
Yeah, we were just talking about changing our algorithm to, like, more informative stuff because I feel like I follow so many sports people that, like, the world could be burning and I have no idea. Like, honestly, like, oh, I know what the play is tonight in the NBA or who's hurt. Or, you know, what this beat writer is tweeting about, I don't know, the Indianapolis Colts. But it's funny because over the years, I've really used my Twitter specifically, or my X, mostly for sports media stuff. So, like, that is very heavy on sports. I will say on Instagram, I'm more diverse. Like, I try to follow stuff that's, like, funny or informative or stuff for, like, working out. But, like, Twitter, like, I probably need to broaden my horizons.
All right, I changed my mind. I'm not following these people. They have posted 2.8 million times. And in the last 30 minutes, I have already counted 15 to 20 posts. I'm good. I don't need that in my life. I appreciate them for bringing the thing that I put in the rundown, which was this beautiful idea from Chick-fil-A. I appreciate them bringing that to my horizon and the people in my algorithm bringing that to me. I am not following an account that tweets 2.8 million times. That's an insane amount of tweets. I think I have a lot of tweets for someone that's been on the app for a pretty long time. I think I started on Twitter in like 2009, 2010, and I have, 50,000 tweets. 2.8 million is an insane number.
That means you're getting spammed. That means like your whole timeline is going to be at least like every other tweet from them, which we do not want. So sorry, Fat Kid Deals. You will have to adjust your strategy if you want to be followed by us. But here was the story. In case we are burying the lead here. So apparently Chick-fil-A is going to be testing 2 chicken and waffle sandwiches. It makes a ton of sense. I don't understand how this wouldn't work, but didn't you put this in here for a reason? So it sounds like you are going to be a fan of this. Or
I want this. I want this immediately. No, give this to me now. Why are you testing this in San Antonio and Baltimore? You know who doesn't want to drive to Baltimore? Me. It's not that close to D.C. It's not as close to D.C. as people think it is, and it's a lot of traffic, and I just, generally speaking, don't want to spend a lot of time in Baltimore. With that said, I will travel for something like this. So if they open one up in, like, Pennsylvania, maybe they throw one down in North Carolina, or I don't know, just come to Washington, D.C., or the general Washington, D.C. area. Do you know how good this sounds? I love chicken and waffles. If we go into brunch, if we do a squad brunch, right, everybody on the show, you know what we're getting? We're getting a lot of mimosas because we like to throw down a little bit, and your boy is getting chicken and waffles. I love a good chicken and waffles, and if Chick-fil-A is going to offer that with what seems to be a little bit of bacon, just based off of what I'm seeing on the screen, and some maple syrup to do a little bit of Dunkin' in, I am there. This is very reminiscent. Do you remember maybe you don't remember this, but somebody will. I know Double D has to remember this. KFC released a sandwich back in like 2009 where it was literally no bread. It was just chicken.
Yeah,
there was like
chicken
bacon
chicken.
and chicken.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends skipped school the day it was released so he could go get one. I'm telling the bosses right now, if in the next couple of weeks and months that they finally, Chick-fil-A decides to bring the all-day chicken and waffles to me, I ain't going to be at work that day. I'm going to get the breakfast one, and then at lunch, I'm going to get the lunch one, and then at dinner, I'm going to get just the lunch one again. I'm going to go all 3 meals, chicken and waffle sandwich, and I'm going to be fat, and I'm going to be happy.
Are you sure it's not you that runs Fat Kid Deals on Twitter?
Honestly,
But
if it was just about this stuff, I would. There's like a bunch of like fleece hoodies and stuff on there. They're selling a bunch of weird stuff on Fat Kid Deals. They're like a really weird stuff.
Oh, so it's not. I think I've seen their account before where it's not just food, like it's other stuff too. But like important point here. So it's only sold for breakfast. I feel
So
that
they have
feels
like a lunch version as well. Which at that point, I just like, why would you specify between the breakfast and the lunch? Maybe the breakfast one is a little bit smaller than the lunch one because I think theoretically lunch is supposed to be a larger meal. I'm not a health person. I just be eating.
I didn't deduce that after you said that you would skip work for a chicken and waffle sandwich. All right, so we've talked 6 minutes about chicken and waffles. Maybe, just maybe, we should get on to Thursday night football because we do have a game tonight. And maybe you can make your own chicken and waffles if you want to eat it during the game tonight. Jets and Patriots squaring off in New England. This line has moved precipitously, where I think it was the Patriots laying 9.5, 10 points when it opened. Now it's all the way up to 13.5. So clearly that public money is believers in what the Patriots are doing right now. A total of 43 points in this one. So let's start about the spread. Start with the spread. This is a huge number. I'm not a huge fan of laying big numbers on a short week in a divisional matchup, but I will say this. The Jets are absolutely terrible, and the Patriots are very good. So, Denton, do you look at this spread, and do you think it's bettable?
I hate 13.5-point numbers, but it is the Jets. The spread is so large that I would maybe look at a first half spread because my thought is, all right, the Patriots are going to get after them early. The problem with a number like this is what if the Patriots let off the gas in the fourth quarter and there's some garbage time points that are scored, so where the Jets lose by 12, but for a majority of the game, it was really like a 20-point game. They just get a late touchdown, 2-point conversion, and then they backdoor cover that bad boy. So I would look maybe at the first half, which is still going to be a big number. I mean, you're probably going to get it at 6.5 or 7 on BetMGM, so that's still a pretty large number for just one half of football. But I can't lay 13 in a divisional game on a short week. I can't do it. I don't want to lay a 13 on a non-divisional game with a long week of rest. Like, I don't want to lay 13 at all in the NFL.
Yeah, I think this is where you get creative with the game script because there are props that correlate to, a Patriots blowout without having to lay this big of a number. And maybe you even cash them earlier than when the game is over because that's what I want. Like, I got to wake up early. I like the ones that cash before halftime. So I think the one that kind of correlates here is if you look at the prop for TreVeyon Henderson, running back for the Patriots. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense playing a running back's prop for a team that's probably going to be in a winning game script. And plus, TreVeyon Henderson is coming off an absolutely electric game last time around. And this has kind of been the talk with, I think, a lot of Patriots fans is that Mike Vrabel needs to give the ball to TreVeyon Henderson more because he is electric. So I think we do see a big game from him tonight. 78.5 is the number. Rushing yards for TreVeyon Henderson. It is a little high, but I do think that is a solid play, especially with the big play potential that you see from TreVeyon Henderson. So that was one of my first instincts instead of laying this big number. Denton, is there anything in the prop market that you've seen or maybe a total here?
So I'm looking a lot at rushing numbers. So I'm glad that you bring up TreVeyon Henderson because I agree with that. Maybe a Breece Hall longest rush of 13.5. I get a little concerned about a Breece Hall attempts prop in a game like this because it could very quickly be no. If this game is a 14-point game by the end of the first quarter, you're likely going to stop running the football with Breece Hall, and you're going to look to the passing game, which is also a disaster for the Jets, but you get what I mean. So I don't know if I can count on him to hit a number of a number of carries. Maybe you look at the over 56.5, but it kind of falls into that same category of if the game is basically over by the first quarter, how many times are they going to give him opportunities? So hoping that maybe he can just pop one off on the early stages of a game that goes for 13.5. I like these Drake May numbers. I mean, we talked a lot about Matt Stafford playing at an MVP level. Drake May is also playing at an MVP level, and doing it at the I say youth, the young age that he is, but really what I'm getting at is he really hasn't played a lot of NFL football, right? Like he's still technically within what you would consider his first 16, 17 games. So his first real rookie season as an NFL quarterback, but he's lighting it up. So I think over 1.5 touchdowns might be something, but the problem is that's so heavily juiced, you have to parlay that. It's minus 220 for 1.5 touchdowns, which for a guy in year number 2, that's a massive, massive number that you would have to lay. So I might parlay that minus 220 over 1.5 touchdowns, Chelsea, with 250 yards. And then you can get that at plus 150 in the hopes that he maybe has a couple of big plays to either Diggs or something to Travion Henderson out of the backfield. So I might do that and ride with it.
I think that makes me a little nervous because part one, touchdowns always make me nervous because Drake May can have a massive game. And if somebody gets tackled at the 1 and they just run it in with the running back, that's out of your control. I have that same kind of viewpoint on anytime touchdowns where I feel like sometimes the juice is not worth the squeeze, where it's it's minus 150. We've seen games where Derrick Henry's been minus 220 to score a touchdown. He hasn't gotten in the end zone despite having a big game. And then passing yards are tough, especially when a blowout could be in the mix. Maybe as a massive first half, and that's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just me looking at the sabotage factors. And it should be noted that the Patriots are famously good against the run. So be very careful playing Breece Hall props tonight because Patriots are giving up a league low 79 rush yards per game. They have been incredibly stingy against the run. But I will say in this way, maybe Breece Hall is worth a play in the receptions market because the Patriots, if you look at the grid that's very helpful for fantasy football, the Patriots are giving up the most receptions to opposing running backs of any team in the NFL, and it makes a ton of sense. You're really good at the run. You got to do those short and dumpy passes to the running back because the defense is so good. So for Breece Hall tonight, the receptions prop is 2.5 if you want to do catches, and it's actually at plus money. Or you could do over 14.5 receiving yards, which I think is in the realm of possibility as well because he's been hovering either right at this number or he has big games. Last game, he only had 1 catch, but it was for 42 yards. A couple of games where he had 2 catches for 14 yards. And then the first game of the season, he had a 42-yard receiving game on 4 catches. So I understand that the trends don't look like they align here, but based on the matchup, this is something that the Patriots usually give up. And plus, Breece Hall's a good player. Why would you not use him in the passing game? Especially when, you're not running against the Patriots. So I think if you play Breece Hall, you play him in receptions.
Especially with no Garrett Wilson either. I mean, Justin Fields' number is, hilariously low with yards. He's 134.5 in an NFL game as a starting quarterback. I mean, that's downright disrespectful. I mean, what did he do to the people out in Vegas? But that's one of the reasons why I feel like it would be very difficult, just mentally, to see any other outcome than the Patriots wiping the floor with the Jets. Because they don't have – it's Breece Hall trying to do everything by himself. No Garrett Wilson, so your top receiver is likely going to be the tight end, Mason Taylor. And Mason Taylor is a good player, but he ain't he's not a franchise-altering player, at least at this point in his career. You don't love what you have in Justin Fields at quarterback in any capacity. The owners made that very, very clear. Man, I don't know. Maybe I am going to talk myself into laying that 13 because I just don't see a way that the Jets can operate and create any form of offense. And then you look at the Patriots over their past couple of games. I mean, they're putting up a lot of points. They're shelling some teams along the way.
I think if you think of Justin Fields, Like, when I think of desperation spots, do you think he's going to run the ball a lot? Like, I don't know how productive he's going to be because, again, the Patriots are really good against the run. Like, granted, most of that's running back attempts, but still, like, if nobody's open, it's not going to surprise me if he takes off and runs. So I'd have to look at the numbers. I know we're running out of time here, but maybe Justin Fields is worth a look in that market. It's not even posted at BetMGM. Put it up, cowards. All right, coming up next, we'll examine the NBA slate and see if there's any bets there worth making. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It is Thursday, November 13th. Here on the show, I'm Chelsea Messenger. NBA savant Denton Day joins me after a 2-1 night in the association with a big plus 240 winner on Alex Sarr over his rebound last night. So, Denton, do you have a full chamber ready to roll with more NBA bets tonight? I still feel very cautious, but look at you.
I'm locked and loaded. You know, I'm gonna make sure that I can get something to mess around with tonight, Chelsea. I almost went on a journey yesterday. You know, just not outside of sports. You're supposed to be seeing the northern lights across the country, and they were visible in the D.C. area on Tuesday. Well, no one told me. I was not aware. I don't follow a lot of meteorologists on social media, so I tried to go hunting for the northern lights last night. They didn't make it down here. And I also realized, and I knew this beforehand, but you realize it even more when you're trying to look at something in the night sky. There is a ton of light pollution in Washington, D.C., in the greater Washington, D.C. area. I don't live like in the city, but I live close enough to where I be seeing all of the light pollution that is in the city. And that makes it very difficult to see the northern lights.
Yeah, so do you see the stars at night? Like, that's probably something you don't see when you look up, right?
Not very often. Like, we'll see like some stars like every now and then, but I don't think I have ever seen in this part of the country a full starry night.
Oh, that makes me sad. I feel like you need to go camping or something.
Yeah, I've seen it when I went to college. Like, we were so far away, and they were like, we go to campfires and bonfires. You just look up and you're like, whoa, this is awesome. Or you just various other parts of my life. But in D.C., no, there's just too much going on. There's planes. You got to have light. There's just a natural amount of light that's produced from a major metropolitan area that just completely ruins my ability to see any sort of lights. Or stars, rather.
That sounds like a foundation I need to start. It's like those kids that like never see the beach until they like play college basketball and they're like, we get to see the beach for the first time. You're like, really? So like, let's get kids to be able to see the stars. Let's take them out somewhere where there's not so much light pollution. Because I will say, where I live, I see the stars every night. So #blessed.
I say I'm trying to move, honestly. So I'm going on an anniversary trip in April, right, with my wife. It'll celebrate 1 year. But we're going to like Arizona and Utah. We're going to hit a bunch of like national and national parks. And what I've been told is, and I've seen this. So I was in Arizona for the Fiesta Bowl, not the Fiesta Bowl, one of the bowl games that my Liberty Flames played in. Don't ask me the score, but they played in it. So I went out there and I got to hang out and I got to see like the stars in the night. But I'm taking my wife out there and we're hoping that we're going to, because we're going to be around the Grand Canyon, we're hoping we're going to get to see the Milky Way because you can see it out in the Grand Canyon. There's an ordinance on how much light can be displayed after a certain period of time. So we're hoping that we'll be able to just see it with the naked eye. If not, we'll have some cameras out there, but I'm looking forward to that because I've never seen the Milky Way like that before.
I don't know if I have either, but I'll say this, as somebody who lived in Arizona, it's wild to me where if you get out just, 20 minutes outside of the city, it looks like the Wild West.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how much like unpopulated area there is there where it's just the sky. And other than like the mountains, like it's pretty flat. So like when there's a sunset and stuff, like you see it for miles and it's really awesome. Like I do miss living out west for that reason, because you do feel like alone in nature and it's like a great feeling.
My friend, one of my best friends lives in Colorado, and he is like all into all sorts of these things, which he's the one I'm mad at because he texted me yesterday. He's like, hey, did you guys see it last night? Hey, buddy, maybe you give us a heads up before the big night that this is going to be available, because he's like all into this. But he sent me a light pollution map, and like that area of the country is basically nothing. And it's a thing of beauty. Meanwhile, the East Coast on the map is like bright red because there's just so, with New York and Philly and Baltimore and then DC and Charlotte and Atlanta, Nashville, like all in basically a line, they just completely soak up the entire East Coast with light.
Like I was just thinking, if there was an NBA city you could live in, which would it be? Are you going Phoenix? Are you going Salt Lake City?
I would go, probably one of them. A buddy of mine used to work in Salt Lake City, and he put a picture up on his Instagram where he was playing basketball outside. And if you play basketball outside in Utah, you get mountain ranges in the back. And it was like it completely broke my brain because I was like, I have never even thought, like when I play basketball outside, there's houses. This dude's playing basketball with mountains. It's crazy.
I will say Salt Lake City is like kind of weird. Like hopefully I'm not offending people by saying that. But like nothing's open on Sundays. The beer is watered down because we lived there for a bit because Jake played AAA baseball in Salt Lake City. And the ballpark there, you could see the mountains in the background. It was beautiful, but it was kind of weird.
They have good coffee, though?
Oh, do they?
I don't know. They feel like they're kind of weird to where they should be good with the coffee, You know what I mean? If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Drink caffeine.
Damn.
So that's
I'm not up on their book. I think. Yeah. I'm well versed in my book, but not their book.
Not the Book of Mormon. I was gonna say you could go to Seattle, but RIP Supersonics. All right, so we have 3 games on the NBA slate today. So I'm interested, Denton, to see what games you were diving into because again, we just don't have that many options. We have the Cavs hosting the Raptors, 7.5 point home favorites there. Pacers and Suns squaring off. Phoenix 4.5 point favorites over the 1-10 Pacers. What a fall from grace from Indianapolis. Then we have the Hawks and the Jazz. Wow, what a game. The Hawks 2.5 point road favorites there. So when you saw the slate, like what was the starting point for you?
The starting and the ending point was the Cavaliers. This is not nearly as sexy of a slate as we had last night, where we have these great games with the Spurs and Golden State and Denver and the Clippers. You get some real big time matchups. I'm sure when the schedule was made and they were making Pacers and Suns, the thought was, well, Tyrese Halliburton is not going to be hurt, and maybe Kevin Durant is still going to be in Phoenix. And now you look at that with no Tyrese Halliburton and no Kevin Durant. It's like Devin Booker versus Pascal Siakam, and that doesn't exactly move the needle the way that I think the NBA overlords hoped it would when they scheduled this game. Now, I do like Devin Booker, so maybe I'd be interested in some Devin Booker props if I'm going to bet on that Pacers and Suns game. But really, the Raptors and Cavs is what caught my attention because Cleveland has been steamrolling a lot of the opposition this year. They have, for the second year in a row, been a really good team in the early stages of the season. Donovan Mitchell is playing really well, and the way that team is built, you're seeing the fruits of that come into bloom, into fruition, if you will. So maybe I'll lay the 7.5 with Cleveland. That is a little bit of a larger number, I would say, to lay in the NBA. I usually don't like laying a touchdown in the association. That's kind of my cutoff, unless it's me gambling against the Wizards, in which case I can make some exceptions. But I usually don't like laying a touchdown because, again, like there's some backdoor covers, and it's not like the Raptors are a bad basketball team. They're just an okay basketball team. They're an average basketball team. So that 7.5 might be a little tricky, but I do like the Cavaliers. Maybe I'll do just a money line parlay. I'll pick 3 winners from these games, ride it on the money line, and let go and let God.
That sounds really smart. That sounds like a great strategy. Is when you say, Jesus, take the wheel.
Take the
these
wheel.
Are my bets. But here's the thing with the Cavs. Like, I agree with you. And here's the thing that the Cavs over the past few seasons have been a great regular season team, especially when it comes to betting and covering numbers, especially when they are playing at home. But there are some players out for this game that if you are betting, maybe you should be aware of. Darius Garland out for this one. Evan Mobley out, it says, but this says won't play in Wednesday's game. So maybe he could be playing for this one. This is via ESPN. Like, these are the players who are currently listed on the injury report. Donovan Mitchell did not play last night, so maybe he plays today. But here's the thing, like betting on the NBA, especially when we do this show in the morning, is that you have to keep an eagle eye out for some of these injury reports. Sometimes it doesn't matter. But do you get the point that I'm making? Like, the Cavs are a really deep team, and, it wouldn't shock me if they cover this number regardless. But, Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland both on the injury report, that doesn't make me feel great.
No, and that's why I'm hesitant about it, right? Because I learned this lesson yesterday. I saw a shorter line. Granted, it was Milwaukee going on the road, but I saw a shorter 5.5, thinking that Giannis was going to dominate. I make that play, I give that play, and then 3 hours later, hey, Giannis isn't playing. You're like, that kind of stinks. So I'm very cautious about laying a 7.5 at what is 12 hours prior to tip-off, not knowing who is going to be playing, because in my mind, I think, well, if there's no Evan Mobley, that's okay. If there's no Darius Garland, that's okay, because Donovan Mitchell is still really awesome. But if Donovan Mitchell doesn't play, I'm damn sure not laying a touchdown and a half against the Raptors tonight. Even though that, as you mentioned, that Cleveland team is super deep, I think of Donovan Mitchell, and this is really more than anything a Donovan Mitchell play. So if he's not going to be playing, I'm okay on that one.
See, I think I'd push back with you a little bit on laying 7.5 in the NBA. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but games can get really out of hand. Where
really
if it's
quick,
a blowout, it's an absolute blowout. Like the NBA is definitely a game of runs. It's very streaky. So sometimes I feel like 7.5, it doesn't necessarily scare me. Because think about it. You're watching a game and say you have the underdog and you have the 7.5 points at your disposal. If you go into the fourth quarter, like say it's a 15-point deficit or something, like you're like, okay, maybe they have a shot. But sometimes the deficit gets wider and then like you never have hope. Or say they're hanging around to the last 2 minutes, the other team hits 2 threes, and then there's your cover. So I think betting basketball in that regard is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I feel like we are getting accustomed to bigger numbers still. I'm in the Stone Ages, though. Because it's those backdoor covers where you pull everybody and someone just goes, some bench player goes on like a crazy run. I don't know. I'm too stuck in my ways at times.
I get that. I'm just saying that like sometimes 7.5 seems like a lot of points as somebody who is like taking a chance on underdog saying, oh, they can keep it close. Sometimes like things just, run away when it comes to the end of these games. I will say from a prop perspective, and honestly, this is where I thought you were going to be going as opposed to sides, because I will say this, if you know who's playing in a certain game, sometimes props are the way to go, because instead of having to trust an entire team, you say, okay, I'm going to key in on this one player and say, okay, I think he's going to have a big night. So just from a matchup perspective, you look at the Utah Jazz and they're giving up the second most points per game to opposing shooting guards. So the Hawks right now, Trae Young is out. And recently it has been Jalen Johnson who's been leading the way for Atlanta. So maybe look at Jalen Johnson tonight. Let's see what his prop is tonight. Okay, so here's the problem with betting early in the morning.
Yeah,
they don't even
you don't
give
get
us props.
No. They make it so difficult.
So he's minus 175 to get 20, which makes me think that he's probably set at like 22.5. So maybe that's the way to go, because I will say this. Injuries, as much as they suck, sometimes from a prop perspective, you say, okay, who is picking up the slack in this rotation and who's taking more shots? Because obviously somebody's going to have those opportunities. Maybe it's Jalen Johnson tonight against a very bad Utah defense. Was there any other player or matchup that you saw, like from a prop perspective?
Nothing really in the props. I mean, Trae Young not playing for Atlanta kind of sucks, because I do enjoy betting some Trae Young props every now and then. So with Utah, I mean, ew. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing on there where I'm like, yeah, I feel really good about this Utah Jazz player. I'm not there. The only other basketball play that I would be looking at, Chelsea, is the college hoops game that we got tonight, because we got a headbanger with Purdue in Alabama. So maybe laying the 3.5 with 8th ranked Bama against number 2 Purdue. That might be something that I put a little bit of a sprinkle on. But we got Dallin Cuff coming up here in less than an hour. I think he's going to sway me on that one as to which way I'm going to go. He's a gambling guy, and he loves college basketball, but I'm intrigued by that matchup tonight.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, if you don't love the NBA, maybe you start looking at college basketball. So that is a good game. I think I need to watch some more games, because right now it's similar to how I feel about the NBA. And I do need to correct myself. Jalen Johnson's a forward, so maybe that matchup doesn't make sense. But still, he has been leading the way for the Hawks from a points scoring perspective with Trae Young out. But I think I need to wait and see on some of these games. And here's the thing, like normally I look at Kim Pom and I'm like, okay, Kim Pom knows what they're doing right. Some of their metrics have been off. Like I've been following the last few days. I'll check Kim Pom. I'm like, okay, let's see where the line is on Kim Pom. Let's see where the line is when it comes to betting. And let's see how this game actually finishes. There's been a lot of red over on a Kim Pom, which means they have been getting some of these games wrong. So in Kim Pom, we do not trust just yet. So we'll wait and see. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears back to the NFL as we play Survivor. Who wins outright this week in the league? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. This is the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Den Day, and for Jenks. In mere moments here on the show, we tell you who wins outright in the NFL this week. It sounds easy. You're like, all right, so we are listening to the show and they're going to give us one money line play. Well, we're playing Survivor, so it's a little different. It's a little more than that. And here's the thing. Like, we've already seen weeks of chaos in the NFL, so it sounds easy, but not so fast, my friend. We'll try to navigate the parody that is the NFL in a few minutes here on the show. All right, Den, so here's a story that you've been wanting to talk about, so I'm going to give you a platform to do it. The headline is, Kim Kardashian says 4 psychics swore that she would pass the bar when she's trying to become a lawyer, and she did not pass the bar. Hashtag relatable.
I mean, you hate to see someone that has worked so hard, come up short on their dreams. So I've been intrigued by this because when I heard that Kim Kardashian was studying any degree of law, I was perplexed. I was like, all right, you already have a lot of money. I don't know what you need to go do the law thing for. It's not like it's heavy on your heart, because if it was, you would have done it earlier. They had an avenue to do this early because Robert Kardashian was a big-time lawyer, right? That's part of the reason why this family is as famous as it is. So if it was really like on her heart to do the law stuff, you had an avenue when you were like 18 years old. You decided not to take it. You decided to do and partake in some other activities, and this is why we all know the Kardashian family, right? So that comeback story never really, accumulated. So I saw this, and, my wife has a law degree, and she has taken the bar exam. And I asked her, I was like, can Kim Kardashian pass the bar exam? And she said, only if she cheats. And I was like, well, that's fair. That's very honest. I appreciate the honesty there, sweetie. And I'm always for trying new things. There's some things that I want to, achieve and accomplish outside of the realm of my current profession. So she wants to do that, sure. And then I read that she was using AI and ChatGPT to write things. And I'm like, all right, full stop here. Full stop. I am adamantly against, as someone that at one point was a writer, using ChatGPT for any way, shape, or form to help you write something, to help you accumulate a take, accumulate an opinion, anything like that. If you need to rely on a robot to come up with an idea, you're probably an idiot, which might meet the wagon meeting the wheel here for Kim Kardashian. And then she went to psychics. I mean, are there people that walk among us, Chelsea, that actually believe that there are psychics that can adequately predict the future? I mean, sometimes I feel like Kim Kardashian is not a real person, and this is a great example of this. There's a psychic that I used to drive by all the time. And you know why I used to drive by it all the time? Because I would be driving on Route 50 in Northern Virginia and look over to my left and be like, that's really weird that psychic is literally just a house on the highway. I probably wouldn't go to that if I was in need of some whatever. I don't know what psychics do outside of trying to predict the future. I feel like that's like their one job. Like, they're the kickers of industry. You have one job. You're supposed to predict the future, and you can't do that very well. But I just don't understand why Kim Kardashian actually thought that the psychic thing was going to be correct. Does she not know that she's Kim Kardashian? Does she expect that she's going to walk in there and the psychics are going to be like, actually, Kim, you're not equipped for this. You're paying them an exorbitant amount of money. They're going to lie to you. They're going to be yes men or yes women. That's kind of the deal here. I was stunned by that. I was stunned that she was dumb enough to think they were telling her the truth.
See, I don't know if this is like a story that they tried to insert into their reality show just to I don't know, mix it up. Because do you really think, here's the thing for me is that usually the swath of people who are taking the bar exam and the swath of people who go to psychics doesn't feel like there's much overlap. I doubt the rest of her classmates or whoever, that she was taking the bar exam with were like, well, I got to go see my psychic first. But I go back and forth when it comes to Kim Kardashian and her ability to be a lawyer. How much do you think is genetic and passed down? Because that is her dad and he was a really good lawyer. So you would think, okay, if you believe in any passing down of genetic traits, like maybe she would be good at it, but I think she is not putting the time into it that it probably takes. Like, it's not one of those things that you can half-ass, right? Where you hear people where their entire life is studying for the bar exam. And it's not one of those professions where you can be a Nepo baby, you know, and be like, well, do you know who my dad is? It does not matter when you are a lawyer or a doctor. Like, isn't that like in Step Brothers where he's like, I'm going to go into the family business? It's like, no, you have to go to medical school. You can't just be a doctor.
I think that's 100% accurate because I don't know how much those brains, pass down to the ability to sit there and read 200 pages in a night. I don't watch the Keeping Up with the Kardashians or whatever the installment of the reality show is called nowadays. I'm going to guess there's not a lot of scenes where she's doing homework. Just a guess. If I'm just firing at the hip.
She probably doesn't have time. Like, she runs like 15 businesses.
Right.
Like, I don't think she doesn't have the capacity. I just don't think she has the time. Like, she's trying to do too many things at once. Like, Kris Jenner has like the whip down on her. Like, they're doing stuff all the time. She does not take time off. So I just don't think that she is putting the time into it. Like, if she paused her life for 4 years and wanted to do this, I feel like she probably could.
Does Kris Jenner eventually start to look like Madonna? Like, when does it all blow up? She got an A1
got a facelift.
She got an A1 surgeon going on. She looks really good. She got an A1 surgeon.
I still wish she would make the foray into like managing sports stars. She's like the best when it comes to PR. Like, look at those girls.
She's really good.
Like, what is their talent? And like, look at how much money they've made. So like, I think it's a really fascinating discussion because like, we'll get to Survivor picks here in a second, I promise. But it's just to like see how much money they've made, and it's like they're like the OG influencers, where it's like you're not really sure what they do, but you hear about them constantly, and that's the name of the game when it comes to influencing and when it comes to being a celebrity. All right, so let's talk some football. I know you guys did not come here for Kim K talk. Let's play Survivor.
Two men enter, one man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, and we're not talking about which Kardashian is surviving, at the marketplace at Sephora with their brand new products, whatever they're hawking. All right, Den, we'll have you lead off here. I know we went in reverse order. I'm sorry about that. But who do you like to win outright in the NFL this week?
So a lot of really good games this week. It was actually tough to decide. I could go Thursday night tonight because I know the Jets don't stand a chance against New England. There's some games later this week or later in the day. You get Houston and Tennessee where, we like to fade your Titans a little bit on the show. Green Bay in a bounce back spot with New York. So a lot of really good options. I decided, though, I'm going to lock in with the Chargers taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Chargers seem to have righted the ship a little bit. There was, a point in the middle portion of the season or the middle early portion of the season in like weeks 4 through 6 where they were struggling a little bit. They seemed to right the ship a little bit. So I like the Chargers over the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday.
I will say this week was tough for Survivor. Like, there weren't that many big favorites. So for that reason, I'm going with the one that feels very obvious. It's going against a lot of things that I normally don't like doing. Games on Thursday night and divisional matchups. But the Patriots feel like the play to me. I'm going to go with the Patriots over the Jets. All right, David. I feel like normally you don't go for the big favorites, but you're going with a big favorite this week. I'm kind of surprised.
I listen, at the end of the day, I think everybody here is on the same page. This is kind of a tough week to pick an outright winner unless we're going with tonight's game. I mean, I'd go with tonight's game, but I'm going to stay away from that. There's some that I lean towards, but nobody really like outright was like, oh yeah, until I got to the Ravens versus the Browns. I think Lamar Jackson makes all the difference here. That Browns defense is really good, but I think it's only going to probably take maybe 17 points to win this game. So I like the Ravens versus over the Browns this week. And to be quite honest, the whispers in Cleveland are getting louder and louder. You might see Shedeur Sanders by the second half of this game or next week.
I feel like it is so tough for any quarterback to succeed in Cleveland. Like, I was just thinking about this because me and my husband were laughing because there was like some talk show where they were saying like Dylan Gabriel is just not an NFL quarterback. I'm like, well, have you seen the track record of quarterbacks in Cleveland? Like, have you seen the CVS receipt of guys who have tried to make it in Cleveland? At some point, it's probably the organization around him. And I'm not saying that like Dylan Gabriel is going to be, some superstar if he goes somewhere else. It's just, do you get the point that I'm making? It just feels like Cleveland does not know what to do with quarterbacks. So it doesn't matter if it's Shadur, if it's Dylan Gabriel. It's not an organization that I trust an offense with. And we've seen that based on the numbers this year.
Well, we've seen that. They've never given us a reason to think that they're going to be good at quarterback. Even when they paid that money to Deshaun Watson, I think everyone was like, that's going to suck. That's going to fail. There's something about it. It really, I think it stems from the ownership. It's like a top-down situation. It's kind of forced their hand a little bit to draft Shedeur Sanders. You already put them behind because now, as David mentioned, those whispers that are going to come are going to soon then graduate to just regular speaking voice. And then that regular speaking voice is going to soon graduate to shouting. We've already seen shouting. It's just kind of like a roller coaster. People shout about Shedeur Sanders and they get quiet about Shedeur Sanders. And they shout about Shedeur Sanders, then they go quiet about Shedeur Sanders. Well, eventually, the shouting is going to break into just full-blown screaming, like yelling, the whole nine. And it does feel like that's coming up soon here. And then, if Shedeur Sanders is not very good, they're going to backtrack and blame Cleveland.
I don't know. It feels like a losing situation. There was a time when Baker Mayfield was putting up good numbers in Cleveland, but I think it really hurt him that year that he played like injured. Like, I think he went back and said, he was like, I wanted to be like a good soldier and I wanted to go out there and play, but he wasn't doing himself any favors by going out there and playing injured because he just looked like a bad quarterback. But luckily, he has found himself a nice little home in Tampa Bay. Hour 3 is next on the show. We'll give you our best bets for Thursday Night Football. Jets, Patriots, big spread. How do you bet it? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
People, we got bets to make. I don't care if you have responsibilities or a job. If Stephen A. Smith can play solitaire during the NBA Finals, you can put some bets in, can't you? Because we have Thursday Night Football popping off tonight between the Jets and the Patriots. We will run down our favorite plays for that game, followed later this hour by Dalen Cuff, who joins us from the Field of 68, to sprinkle in some knowledge on college hoops because it is that time of year. And then finally, we'll end the show with our favorite plays of the entire day as best bets end the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks, a special salute to our viewers on Stadium. So let's get it going when it comes to Thursday Night Football. All right, Den, so we've got a big spread in this game. Patriots now up to 13.5-point favorites, total of 43. We know the Jets are bad and the Patriots are very good, but does this number scare you?
It does, because in the NFL, it does feel like everything is such a week-to-week, and when you factor in divisional games and short rest games, and I'm trying to jog my memory a little bit here, Chelsea, but Drake May is playing exceptionally this year for the New England Patriots. I don't know how many games he has played on short rest. In college, you're not playing those short rest Thursday night games, right? Like because you are, a student first in college, you have to have time in between. Yeah, LOL. You got to have time in between games, right? Like there are ramifications for that. So I'm looking up and down his game log, and he played one Thursday night game last year, but that was the first game he saw any action in. So he has not gone from Sunday to Thursday as starting quarterback, which I do feel like needs to be taken into consideration for the handicap with a number this large. I feel like it'd be different if it was like a 4.5-point game or a 5.5-point game, but if you're laying nearly 2 touchdowns and you've never been in this before, as great as he's playing, there's still a lot of things that he has not done yet in the NFL. It's not to say that he can't go out and ball out, but that just needs to be taken into consideration. So because he's new to this, and because it's a divisional game on just generally short rest, at 13.5 it's a little frightening for me. It's spooky.
I think the bigger question here is, when does the other shoe drop for the Patriots? Because I think we've seen it for a lot of teams in the league where you have this stretch where you look amazing, and especially for young quarterbacks who aren't necessarily proven. Like we've seen it with the Colts and Daniel Jones, where I'm not saying that he has reverted back into his normal self. It's really difficult in the NFL with the parity that it has to be good every single week. But again, I have been saying this about the Patriots, and I'm like, listen, this week's matchup against Tampa Bay is a tough one. The Patriots are underdogs here. And what did the Patriots do? They go on the road with a gutsy win over the Bucs, a team that was coming off a bye week. Situationally speaking, it was a good spot for Tampa Bay at home, coming off a bye week, and the Patriots still handled business. So when you're talking about that, maybe that's where the spread enters the chat, because I don't think that the Patriots lose this game outright. It is my survivor pick of the week. But I do think when you're talking about 13.5 points, especially with a total this low, that's when it starts to concern me, because the total in this one's 43. Odds makers are not expecting, a points palooza. And this is kind of what we've seen with some of these primetime games this year, is it's been the defenses. I'm not looking at this Jets defense and saying, oh, this Jets defense is really going to hold their own. But the Patriots have been extremely stingy against the run. I think it's going to be real tough for the Jets to get things going. Patriots defense giving up just 79 rush yards per game, which is the best mark in the entire NFL. So when you're talking about a 13-point spread, 43-point total, that's another thing that kind of crosses my mind.
And you just look at their defense in general. Nobody has scored over 24 points against the Patriots this year. Not that I think the Jets would, but that speaks to, they played, Tampa Bay coming off the bye, as you mentioned, they only scored 23. Atlanta, who's had a pretty good offensive couple of weeks, they only scored 23. We're going to take Cleveland and Tennessee and New Orleans out of there, but even Buffalo only scored 20 against the Patriots. Defensively, they are as good as they are on offense. I look at them as one of the more complete teams in the NFL, and they're doing it all with a second-year quarterback. And, I think a lot of us kind of knew the Patriots were going to be in 2025 what the Commanders were in 2024 and what the Houston Texans were in 2023. You're capitalizing off of a young quarterback that really knows how to play football and is buying in to what you're doing offensively. You got a lot of playmakers around that quarterback. I think really what should scare a lot of teams, Chelsea, is the day that TreVeyon Henderson had in Tampa last week, because it felt like that's what we were waiting for. And once that happens, the seal is broken. You cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube, the genie back in the bottle. When you break the seal on a long night of drinking, the seal is broken. Well, the seal is now broken for TreVeyon Henderson. I can't imagine that there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to have success stifling him. And if they do, Stephon Diggs is going to go hard or go crazy. Demario Douglas could go crazy. They got a lot of weapons on that team.
Yeah, Hunter Henry, good in the end zone usually. And I think from a props perspective, like TreVeyon Henderson looks like a good call to me, just because it feels like now he has taken hold of that RB number 1 spot, where it feels like they should be feeding him the ball even more, just because you saw what he could do with some of those explosive runs. Like they were talking about how fast he was running. It was like over 21 miles an hour with breakaway speed there. So coming off a game, like you mentioned, 147 rushing yards. So his prop in this game has gone up 2 yards since last night. Last night it was 78.5. Now it's all the way up to 80.5. But I still think this is a gettable number, because even if it wasn't him and you insert any running back in this situation, instead of playing a spread here and you say, okay, the game script is going to be extremely positive for the Patriots. If this is a runaway win for them, you go with the running back, because what are you going to do? Continue chucking it when you're up 21 points? No, you hand it off to the running back. So I think this is a good spot for TreVeyon Henderson in more ways than one. So I think that's one of the props I will be adding to the card.
And the Jets are such a disaster. Like, just such a disaster. You fire sale everybody. In long term, that was the correct move. If you're not going to keep them, you might as well get something back for them. And with those particular moves that they made, they got a lot back for them to go chase a quarterback, although maybe wait until next year's draft, not 2026. But anyway, they get to go chase a quarterback. They get to go add a lot of pieces around that quarterback. But that also means that this week you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And it's crazy they're actually on a 2-game win streak, so don't let the Jets get hot. They're heating up. But I just don't know how. This feels like it is going to be a reality check for the Jets. Justin Fields is not a great quarterback, and I held out so much hope on Justin Fields because my everlasting memory of Justin Fields is the college football playoff game against Clemson, where he gets cracked early in that one and then basically plays the remainder of the game with a broken rib and slices and dices that Clemson defense up. And I was like, this guy can throw. He can make all of the throws. He's accurate. He's all these things. And then he he gets drafted to the NFL. There's that weird situation in Chicago that felt like it stunted him immediately, and he's just never been able to be that guy I thought he was going to be. I can understand why the Jets made the decision in the offseason to go with him, but now you're just stuck with him. And he just can't get it done at the NFL level that he needs it to. And I don't have any reason to believe that that's going to miraculously change against a Mike Vrabel coached team tonight.
Especially because they're so good against the run. So, if this was a team that could not stop the run, maybe Justin Fields has a pathway here. Because I will say, if there's an avenue maybe for the Jets to keep things close, maybe Justin Fields runs wild. It just does not feel like the matchup suggests that. Because here's the thing. Even though the Jets are coming off a win over Cleveland, 27-20, Justin Fields went 6 of 11 in that game for 54 passing yards. Yes, I said that correctly. And here's the wild thing. Justin Fields has had 3 games this year with under 54 yards passing.
How is
That's
that
almost
even
hard to
possible?
comprehend.
I mean,
like, is he a
how is that
quarterback
even
for Army?
possible? even the Army guy can throw more than that. Even the Navy guy can throw more than that. Like, you're telling me with Garrett Wilson, you can't get over 54 yards? I mean, for the love
And
of
now
God,
you
the
don't
offense.
have Garrett Wilson.
Or even what they did, and then even with Breece Hall, even with Mason Taylor, like, call a deep shot or something. All it takes is one play to be able to get that. Not even being able to have 54 yards that's an embarrassing performance. Like, there's nobody else better.
There's nobody else better. I think you need to finish that because I don't know where that was going.
There's nobody better. Like, there's nobody on the street
there's nobody
that can
better.
maybe walk in and be like, well, maybe I can throw for 60 yards this week, which will be a positive for the Jets. There's not a single person on the street. I mean, Joe Flacco is available. They said no to him. Is Tannehill want to play? Is his arm loose? Is he warmed up?
It's been a while. He has a big family too. I don't think he's coming back. But like when you look at these type of passing yards, that is the single biggest sabotage factor for playing any type of receiving prop for the Jets. Like, imagine your quarterback only throws for 54 yards and, your receiving prop. Like, I was looking at this one simply because the grid matches up. You can look at like fantasy points against and how certain defenses defend certain positions. And it just so happens that the Patriots have given up the most receptions and targets to opposing running backs. So you say to yourself, okay, who's the running back for the Jets? Does he have good hands? And it fits because Breece Hall does have good hands. His receiving prop is pretty low, 2.5 catches. The over is plus money, or you could do over 14.5 receiving yards. But think about the ratio there. If Justin Fields, let's be generous and say that he throws for 100 yards in this game. And to be clear, the passing prop in this game is 136 yards for Justin Fields. Just think of the ratio, the number of targets that, the amount of yards that he has to get out of that chunk of the pie. I'm just saying the pie is very small. So be very careful betting on those receiving props. But if I were to bet one, it would be Breece Hall, just because it makes a ton of sense. I feel like those short and dumpy passes to the running backs, especially on short weeks, make a ton of sense. But again, if you are in the realm of possibility where the quarterback possibly throws for 50 yards, that doesn't make me feel good.
That's such a bad number. How is that even possible?
So do you do the under on Justin Fields? I literally laughed out loud when you said that, his passing prop was 136.5. I was like, oh my God, that's disrespectful. But then you look at his game logs and you're like, you take the under.
You have to take the under. That's the only reasonable play. The problem is there is no logic in betting under 136, 134, whatever the number is. There's no logic in betting that in an NFL game, because especially in an NFL game where you have a pretty good feeling that they're going to need to throw the football a lot because they're going to be down really quickly. Oh, my God.
And the Patriots are amazing at stopping the run. So, that's not the pathway. You can't run the ball against the Patriots, so you're going to have to throw it. So maybe you look at attempts for Justin Fields, because attempts is a good way to circumvent, if you don't think he's going to be productive. Let's see if they even have it over at BetMGM. They like to do these things where they do
don't.
the markets that aren't. They don't. All right.
They have a Drake May attempts, and they're basically telling us, the gamblers who wanted to circumvent, and they're like, not today, Junior. You can't get completions.
No.
You can't. Can I get interceptions on Justin Fields? I can get a half interception on Justin Fields. Maybe I'll do that.
What's the number?
Plus 105 for 0.05 for a half. I can take that.
Sometimes he's not even throwing the ball that much, though. He threw it 11 times.
Eventually, he's going to throw to the other team. I might. Maybe I'll be in on that one. That's how I'll bet Justin Fields, a half interception. Actually, he only has one interception on the year.
Right, he just is not throwing the football that much. I know we are laughing about this, but is there any way that the Jets keep this close? Because, like, here's the thing. In the NFL, I feel like you have to keep your mind open. Like, it does not feel like a world to me. But again, is there any way?
Yes, but it would have to be really, really negative, and maybe a meteor collides and blocks the sun. There's solar flares that are happening right now, so maybe that throws off the play calling equipment on the sideline of the Patriots. I mean, barring an injury, no, I don't. They don't have the horses on defense, and they don't have nearly enough weapons on offense.
I feel like special teams would have to have, like, the game of a lifetime. We'd have to have, like, several kick returns for touchdowns. All right, coming up next, time to get our feet wet in college hoops. Dalen Cuff from the Field of 68 joins the show with his early read in college basketball. It's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday. We are in November, so now that means it's time to really start looking in to college basketball. It has started. We've already had some big matchups, and in this segment, we bring in Dallin Cuff from Field of 68 and SiriusXM to get into all things college hoops. So, didn't day in for Jenks today. I was just looking this up. I did find some of the all-name team in college hoops, because usually we have some pretty interesting names in college football and college basketball. Here are a few that have already made the list. We have somebody named Always Right from UT Rio Grande Valley. We have somebody named Po' Boy King from Sam Houston State. How about Chandler Bing, a forward for Vanderbilt? If you're a fan of Friends, that should be a familiar name. And how about Tennessee Rainwater, a forward for Lemoyne? Hopefully these are correct. I did not name check these or fact check these, but that's the great thing about Facebook. It's always telling the truth.
You got this off Facebook? Oh, no. I was going to say Po' Boy King should play at Tulane. He'd be perfect. You get a Po' Boy in New Orleans and then go play hoops.
I feel like usually it's like Alabama football that like leads the way and like most names per capita that has like the best ones. But yeah, college basketball has some good ones as well. So I'm looking forward to following some of these guys if they in fact do exist. All right, let's get into college hoops and let's bring in Dallin Cuff for the Field of 68 in SiriusXM. So Dallin, I know we're only a few games into the season. I think a lot of people are just kind of tuning in and getting their feet wet with college hoops. What do you think has been the biggest storyline this far in the season?
Let me get involved here. Like this is an interesting lead-in. Let's lead into that.
One out.
How about Supreme Cook from Oregon? Is always a good one. You know, with the let him cook situation, kids are always saying that stuff. Supreme Cook from Oregon, maybe one. I would just toss into the fray. That's all. That's it. As far as your question,
we love
it was really funny. You did say like college basketball has started to your audience. Yeah, it has. Unfortunately, how we start this season makes zero sense against Monday Night Football and the hype of football season with not premier matchups. It makes no sense. But college basketball is underway. What we've made of the season so far is that it's defending champs Florida. For people who are just tuning in, should Florida want to repeat? They got some. They lost one of those marquee games on opening night to Arizona, who had one of the best performances of the season we've seen from a freshman, Koa Pete. And Florida barely survived against Florida State. So Florida's trying to figure it out after losing a backcourt of 3 NBA players. Another big piece of it, I mentioned Koa Pete, is freshman. The freshman class is outstanding, folks, and one of the best we've seen in a long time. There's a ton of depth. Darren Peterson from Kansas is a projected potential number 1 overall pick, along with A.J. DeBonsa from BYU. Peterson missed his last game. They said it's nothing big, little stomach bug, little cramps. But he's worth the price of admission to watch. DeBonsa's been great. Cameron Boozer for Duke. I mentioned Koa Pete. I can keep going. There's a bunch of freshmen that are really, really talented and are making our game great on both ends, because we still do have guys that have been in college for 4, 5, 6, 7 years on one end. So we got some grown men out there playing and some young boys doing their thing over the NBA next year.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, Dallin, the Boozers, and awesome to talk to you as always. It's been a long time, my friend, so I hope you're well. What have you seen from them in the early stages and how they made that transition from the high school level to the college level?
Well, Caden and Cameron are two different things. I mean, they are twins, and they've won a ton in high school, and obviously great pedigree with their father, and their mom, Cece's done a great job raising two really good young men that are really great basketball players. Caden hopefully becomes a really good player at Duke, and maybe one day can play in the NBA. Cameron's discussion is he's probably a top 5 pick next year. So they're inextricably linked, but they are different in terms of what they can provide this year to the Blue Devils. So Cameron is the show. He is the main piece of that team, and he did struggle in his opener. You know, they weren't very they didn't move the ball very well, and he didn't score. He was 0 for 7, I believe, in their first game of the season, which it's never easy to start in a big stage. He played Texas, a game on November 4th. It was the game everybody's tuning in to see him. Game performance by Sean Miller and his crew at Texas. They played a good game plan. They shrunk the court. They made it hard for him. He got a little flustered. But in the second half, he had all 15 of his points. He ended up with a double-double, led them to a win by double digits. I think this is a young man that's going to find himself and figure it out as he goes through the course of the season, especially the early part. And as a team, they need to figure it out. They got some really good shooters. I mean, they got some guys that can shoot the ball and they play well together, and obviously very well coached by John Shire. He is not Cooper Flagg in the way in which you just give Cooper the ball in every position and he can kind of score. Cam's got to find himself in different spots. He's not as great one-on-one. He's figuring out how to be able to finish through some contact and play with some physicality. I mean, Texas had some physical dudes, and he struggled with that in the first half. It's normal for any freshman, but he's not by himself. I mean, Isaiah Evans, an outstanding sophomore that hit big shots and was the difference maker in that game in the first half against Texas. Dame Sarr is a kid from France, and I think one of the more freshmen I'm really excited about that isn't getting as much love, but really high-level athlete, 6'8", long, rangy, can defend multiple positions, very active defender, great in transition, and can knock down a step-in three. So I think he's another person to be excited about. But Cam is going to continue to develop it at a really high level, and they'll need him to, because this team is not – Duke's team last year was one of the best college basketball teams we've seen in the last 10 years, especially one of the best ones that didn't win at all or didn't even get to the NCAA final. This year's team is not quite that. They can be very good, but last year's team was almost generational, so it's not quite comparing apples to apples there.
Yeah, it's still wild to a lot of people, especially bettors, that Duke did not win the national title last season. I want to ask you this, like, speaking of March Madness, is it too early to be on the hunt for Cinderellas, like some of those major teams that could be making a run, or do you wait until later in the season? You have to say, okay, what are the teams that are developing, peaking at the right time, or do you look now?
It's a good question. For Cinderella, I think it's too early for that. I think there's teams that are in the mid-major space that we think, could be good. And you look and watch those teams, maybe Cinderella's too strong for the Mountain West, but your Boise States, your New Mexico's, your San Diego States, those are always on people's map. How good will they be? What's their potential? And then you can look further down, look in the A-10. All right, Dayton's always a team that's kind of there. VCU, new coach with Coach Martelli. And you're trying to assess where these teams are. Because, again, guys, this is the hard part about betting early college basketball, is 70% of the players are different. Like, it is a whole different game. So you talk to coaches in September, October, they don't know what they have. And these exhibition games will give you a little bit, but when you're talking about putting your money out there, it's hard to do right away because you're like, all right, I'm going to bet something. We're not out of our mind here. But you're trying to be, like, reasonable in what we're doing because you just don't know yet. This is like coach always say, it's a fact-finding mission this part of the year. Well, for bettors, it is too. What is this team? What are they capable of? How are they playing? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? Because what you return, quote unquote, is almost nothing. So it's really hard to figure this stuff out. So projecting who I want to bet on, who I like in the early season is more of a focus, and maybe some long-term futures plays. Like this time last year, it was a little bit early. I think it was a December show that I started to really lean into Florida because they were 25-1 or 20-1 to win a national championship. And I ended up taking a ticket at 20-1 in December. And I don't normally do that. I'll throw a couple flyers out there. But when you looked at their front court, they had been undefeated, but they hadn't played anybody yet. There was still a lot of questions, so that's why there was still value on that team. Those are the things I think you're more interested in looking at right now, is wondering how good certain teams can be. Like Gonzaga's been undervalued right now. They have a couple really good wins over Oklahoma and Creighton. I'm not sure how good they can be, but they play a really tough non-league schedule because their league campaign is very weak. So we will understand more about what Gonzaga is in November, December than most teams. So you may want to take a look at, all right, what's the long-term proposition there? I have not looked at the Louisville future right now, but you saw Louisville the other night. They came in with a lot of hype, and they're backing it up. They have some serious shooters and a freshman, Michael Brown, that may be one of the best league guards in the country. More kind of long-term value. You're still trying to figure out who's what. Alabama obviously plays Purdue tonight. I think them beating St. John's the other day took away some of that value, like even looking at them going to the Final Four. But that team has the composition, has the coach, has the playing style that is really challenging. Elite Eight last year, Final Four the year before that. They know how to do it, and I think tonight against Purdue, I think they're really going to show out. And that's one of the games in terms of betting. I do really like Alabama at home on a small. They're laying 3.5 by most books. I'm going to lean into that because I think Alabama's a better team. Trey Coffin-Wren is coming back from injury for Purdue. Reportedly, it's his first game back for an All-American. Tough environment on the road. I think the Tide are going to roll.
I was going to ask about that game because I'm excited about it. Obviously, it's the main event of the night, and it's a pretty weak NBA slate as well. So if you like basketball, you're going to be watching that. What have you seen from Purdue, though? I still feel like there's some casuals who still, when they think of Purdue, they think of Zach Edey. He's obviously long gone, but how does that team match up against an Alabama team that really likes to run?
That's a great question, Ben. I mean, Braden Smith is one of the best point guards in the country, without a doubt. And he's, by some people's estimation, the preseason player of the year, the preseason best point guard in the country. I think he's outstanding. He affects the game in so many ways. He still is physically limited, though, at times. I mean, he's still 6 foot, $175. So sometimes some size and athleticism can still bother him and cause a problem for him. Fletcher Loyer, his running mate in the backcourt, knocks down shots consistently, is an absolute stalwart, great with the ball. Those two guys, you kind of know exactly what you're going to get. You still do have slight limitations with them, especially in certain situations with certain matchups. The big question is Trey Kaufman-Renn. He is their big that they play through quite a bit, and they want to have everything go through. He's not played yet this year. He got injured a couple weeks ago. They called him a hip pointer. This will be his first game coming back. And now, again, he's a preseason All-American, first-team All-Big Ten selection. They played last year in Purdue in a great game. You may hear my son wanting to get involved in this conversation, just running around 18 months old and trying to stiff-arm him. So you have a situation where they played last year. They know each other, and Kaufman-Renn went for 26. Brandon Smith was great. Fletcher Lawyer was great. These two teams played 2 years ago, too, in a neutral, in which Purdue won. So I do think Purdue is really well coached by Matt Painter. They understand how to play Alabama, and the challenge now is you are going to Tuscaloosa. You're bringing in your best player who's yet to play in a game against an Alabama team that does still have an athletic and physical front line. Aiden Sherrill's a big guy, a big body, can move. They can throw some different dudes at you that can really make this challenging. So the matchup for me is, how does he adjust to the game? How can Kaufman-Renn impact the game? And do we see him in a normal performance? And anybody that's been hurt as an athlete knows, it takes a second to get your feet under you. It usually takes a minute to get your body kind of rolling and just get in the groove. He just went live practice for the first time on Tuesday. This is a big ask, and I just think with that big ask and needing a lot from him to win on the road, that's kind of why I like Bama. It's less about Purdue long term. Yeah, they could win a national championship. They could be in the Final Four. This game has no impact on that. It's more the question of you're playing a team in the same caliber as you, and your best player is making his first performance against a physical front line that's going to push pace. It's going to test you physically and mentally throughout the course of the game. I like the Tide in the situation, but I like Purdue long term. But that's a big ask for anybody.
All right, so we have a couple minutes left, and I think as a bettor, college basketball can be kind of overwhelming just because there are so many teams. So a long time ago, somebody told me, they said, you need to focus on one conference, and you follow that conference the whole year, and you bet on those teams exclusively. So that's worked out for me, but I wanted to ask you, if you were taking that strategy, what is one conference? If you could pick one conference in the nation to follow this year, which conference would it be?
Just for betting or entertainment purposes? Because I think those are two different things.
Right. Maybe for entertainment purposes, or if you're trying to follow a future national champ. What's the most competitive conference this year?
Well, I think the SEC last year was historic. They put 14 of their 16 teams in the NCAA tournament. We've never seen that before. I don't think we're going to do that again. But the brand of basketball, the high-level coaching, the brand of basketball the teams play, a lot of times you're going to play a more up-and-down style game. You've got really good athletes. You've got shot makers. You've got playmakers. And I think you're going to watch a more entertaining brand of basketball night in and night out when you watch the SEC. Versus, say, the Big Ten. The Big Ten still is a little less athletic, a little bit slower. Certain teams have tried to change their path and do things differently. If I'm picking a league to watch, I think you have the most entertainment, the highest upside, and some pros in the SEC. The ACC, they're coming back. I think some of your bigger brands are going to be better, but the back end of that league is pretty weak. But in terms of finding a league to bet, and your point is really well taken, because before all this was legalized, my favorite thing to bet was Ivy League basketball. That's where I played. That's where I grew up in. Now, the thing that's funny is Vegas was behind the trend a lot of times. You could find an advantage. You knew who was playing and who was playing if you were talking to coaches. You knew how things affected teams on a back-to-back when you used to always play that league back-to-back. So I think there are, without a doubt, if you could find a mid-major league that you invest your time and energy in, you will have a chance of understanding certain things better, not better, but maybe an advantage against Vegas in some regard where you have an understanding of what's going on, especially if you have connections to anybody in that local market where you can talk about the teams, the injuries, different stuff. Now, more leagues are releasing their injuries and having these reports that are common in pro sports. But still, if you can give yourself a good mid-major league that you are embedded in locally and have a sense of what's going on, that maybe gives you any chance. We always have the house wins, guys, but it gives you any chance to know a little bit more. And that's what I experienced early on before everything was legal, obviously, with Ivy League basketball. That said, if you're just picking a league and you want to be entertained, you want to watch it, you want to bet it, the SEC is my pick every day without a doubt.
All right, great stuff today. And of course, I am here locally in SEC country. Also bet on Belmont basketball, so your point is well taken there.
There you go.
He is downloading up from the field of 68. Belmont's had some good teams, and I was just thinking about Princeton. I bet on a lot of Princeton games as well if you're talking about the Ivy League. So there are plenty of ways to bet on college basketball, and great stuff from Dallin Cuff today from the field of 68 and Sirius XM. Happy basketball season, Dallin. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, same to you guys. Have a good one.
Yeah. All right. Now I feel fired up. I need to look up Belmont basketball because then I know you haven't been on the show that long, but your girl has made a lot of money betting on the Bruins. They're here in Music City, so I feel like I see them on the local news. I'm like, that's my team. I know
That's
all
my
the
squad.
inside information. That's my squad. And they've had some good teams. All right, coming up next, we've saved our best for last. Our best bets come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back. It's the final segment of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. We've saved our best for last, though. So if you're just joining us, just in the nick of time, we're going to give out our favorite plays for the entire slate in mere moments here on the show. Denton Day and for Jenks, who is overseas, who is covering the Commanders and their game against the Dolphins. So do you ever get into these like weird rabbit holes where you're like, how did I get here? So I saw this tweet and it made me think of like, here's the line of thinking. So let me preface this by saying my husband is from Charlotte. He is a Hornets fan. So Con Knipples having a great season for the Hornets this year, averaging 16.7 points per game, 40% from the 3-point line. So you're like, oh, that's a good pick. And I think when they first made this pick, I was a little cautious because me and Jake always talk about this, where the Hornets love taking great college basketball players. And it rarely works out for them, where they have all these like long list of names where it's like Frank Kaminsky and Malik Monk. And then I stumbled across this one and I still can't wrap my head around it. The Hornets drafted SGA. The Hornets drafted SGA and they let him slip away. Not only did they do this, but the Hornets are also famous for letting Kobe Bryant get away, where they drafted Kobe Bryant. So like, think about this. Your team drafts SGA and Kobe Bryant in their history and did not get to see either of them. That is mind-blowing.
It's a tough look. That's not. I don't think they're going to put that in a lot of their, their PR statements. But look how great we are at drafting. I think the SGA thing is largely because the NBA is, I would say, conservatively, the biggest idiot on draft night, where they make you wear the hat of a team that you know you're not going to play on because there was a trade, but they don't finalize trades on draft night. They finalize like 2 days after draft night. So you get these guys sitting here wearing a Raptors hat when you know they're not going to play in the Raptors. Or in this case, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's wearing a Hornets hat when he knows that he's actually going to go play in Los Angeles. But that is funny. I mean, that's really, really funny. They also, years ago, didn't they draft? Did you mention Michael Kidd-Gilchrist?
No, but he's another Kentucky player. They drafted a bunch of Kentucky,
of Kentucky guys.
I'll say that at least Kemba Walker was like a good pick, but like it was just this wild stretch where it's just like, oh, you're good in college, like we're gonna draft you, like Shabazz Napier, Cody Zeller. So it just, I don't know. When you see like Con Knipples, you're like, oh, great. Like if any other team drafted him, you'd be like, oh, great pick. But because it was Charlotte, I don't know. You just don't have the faith in him. But I will say this, like LaMelo Ball was a good one. But still, it just does not feel like the Hornets are relevant. So maybe it just doesn't matter. So maybe Con Knipples, if you play your cards right, you could get traded.
You mentioned a player that is one of my favorite players all time in college basketball, which is Shabazz Napier. That run that he went on at UConn was unbelievable. And then selfishly, this wasn't the best thing in the world, but he basically got on a microphone after winning a championship and was like, they don't pay us to eat here at Kentucky because the way that the finances were set up, there were a bunch of athletes that were on scholarship, but they didn't get a meal plan with the university. So then all the universities, all the big college programs said, all right, we have to give athletes free meals. But the institution that I was attending decided, well, we're not going to give, or unlimited meals rather, as part of meal plans. So the institution that I was attending, who I before had to buy for a certain amount of swipes per week in a meal plan, they said, no, you can just have unlimited swipes as long as you're part of the meal plan. So Shabazz Napier inadvertently also fed me. So thank you, Shabazz Napier. I appreciate that.
The meal plan king. I remember this was like a currency when we were in college, and the football players would always brag about this because they got something called board bucks, which you could use at like the convenience stores they had on campus. So they're like, I have so many board bucks. If you want to come over, I will buy you whatever you want at the C-store. And you're like, whoa. I mean, this sounds awesome. Like
I could use some Starburst. Like, yeah.
This Cinderella treatment, because like swimmers didn't get that. Like swimmers, needless to say, it's not a revenue sport. So like we got scholarships, but we didn't get like the extra perks. Like I remember like Russell Wilson had like unlimited board books. He could buy whatever he wanted.
Not stunned. Those football players at every university, even if your university is not very good, they get away with a lot of things. They get a lot of privileges.
I will say this, and I feel like now the statute of limitations is up. I'm pretty sure like 6 of our basketball players all drove the same car. Like they all had Dodge Chargers. And you're like, wonder what's going on there.
They must have they must know a guy, right? Maybe a little they used to call it $100 handshakes. I feel like if you're getting a Dodge Charger, that's maybe a little bit more than $100 handshake. Just a handshake with the keys in there, you know what I mean?
I would love to hear like the secrets of bagmen. Like now that it's past like I don't know if they can do like retroactive punishments, but like I know Cam Newton's dad like tried to spill the beans. Johnny Manziel's talked about it. But I would love to hear the secrets of like SEC bagmen.
I bet they go crazy. It's just a lot of there's no better job in college sports than being someone that has the money to pay 18-year-olds to play sports. You just have that much extra revenue where you're like, I'm gonna throw it here. You want a Dodge Charger? Can you even drive it? I don't know. Here, take the Dodge Charger. You guys might win 20 games this year. I don't care.
The funniest part was like the ways in which they deliver this money. Like I remember there was, I think this was at Tennessee, where they delivered it in McDonald's bags, where it'd be like bags full of cash from McDonald's.
Yeah. Because no one's going to suspect that. No, they're going to be like, oh, the athlete is just walking around with McDonald's. They're not going to think they're moving thousands of dollars from point A to point B in a bag.
That's what I call a Happy Meal. I wish it was full of cash. Now I want McDonald's and also some extra cash.
Yeah, I want the
maybe
Happy
we'll win
Meal.
some with our best bets. All right, so let's get to it. Our favorite plays of the day. All right, since you are the guest hosting, you get to bat lead off. What is your best bet of the day?
So I got 2, and one of them is going to follow off of a conversation that we just had with Dallin Cuff, which if you missed that, it'll be available on podcast. But you got Purdue and you got Alabama tonight in college basketball. I'm going to follow. I'm going to trail Dallin. I'm going to lay Alabama in that 3.5 against Purdue tonight. This Alabama team, as we know with Nate Oates, they love to run and they love to score. And while I think maybe down the road, Purdue will be in a situation to where they'll be able to combat that a little bit better, you're still so early in the season. I feel like that's one of the things that's very, very difficult is to keep up with the team that really runs like Alabama when you haven't been accustomed to practicing that way or to playing those sorts of teams yet. You haven't built up that cardio, knocked off the calluses, however you want to describe it. So I'm going to lay Alabama in that 3.5 tonight in college hoops. That's my first college basketball play of the season, Chelsea, so I'm very proud of myself.
Ooh, and I think maybe we have like an honorable mention for the all-name team. Alabama has somebody named LeBaron Philon. Hopefully I'm saying that right. But I'll always think of like an old-time Buick, like a Buick LeBaron, and just chugging down the court. So we'll see how he plays. He looks like he is their best player this year, at least one of them, according to KenPom. All right, best bet of the day for me is going to be in Thursday night football. Going to go with Patriots running back Travion Henderson over 78.5 rush yards. This is the best number available. It is at BetMGM. You need to shop around and find the best number, as always. All right, so we saw last game that Travion Henderson has been released. It feels like he is now the running back number 1 for sure after a 14-carry, 147-yard performance with 2 touchdowns in that big win over Tampa Bay. And plus, if you look at the game script in this one, the Patriots are 13-point favorites. That always favors the run game because obviously you're not going to continue chucking it, if it's an extremely, if it's a blowout situation for one side of the coin. So I think Travion Henderson gets a lot of carries in this one. Plus, the Jets have not been great defensively. So I think this is a very solid play for Thursday Night Football if you don't want to lay the 13 points and you just say, okay, if it's a blowout, we're going to give the ball to our running back. And Travion Henderson deserves it. So that's the best bet for me. Looks like you have one more bet, Denton. What is it?
I do. I got one more bet. I'm not a rapper, but I got a Drake May parlay, so I'm coming at you with these bars. I'm going over 1.5 touchdowns for Drake May tonight, and I'm going to combine that with 250-plus passing yards for Drake May, and that gets you plus 150 on BetMGM. It's a way to kind of get around and make that over 1.5 touchdowns a lot more playable. May's hit this in almost every single game this year. It's been kind of crazy to pull up his numbers and just see how effective he has been when it comes to getting the ball into the end zone and then also getting over that 250 yards mark. So I'm basing this off of numbers and then on the combination of the fact that the Jets defense is not very good. He's hit that 2 touchdown mark, Chelsea, literally every single game since October 5th. So it's been almost 2 full months that he's been able to hit that number, and in each of his last 3 games, he's gone over 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. So I'm going to put the money on Drake May. He's playing at an MVP level, and honestly, if you're playing at an MVP level and you got the Jets on your schedule in November, you better stat pad up in that arena. So I think Drake May is going to do that tonight.
Yeah, no Sauce Gardner patrolling, the field for the Jets anymore. So it should be easier for that Patriots receiving core to get going. And, Drake May's just been so good all season long. So it makes a ton of sense. So let's prognosticate here. Do you think this is actually like a decent game worth watching past halftime?
No, I don't. I think it'll be a very large halftime lead that the Jets may be backdoor cover, but I think Drake May and Travion Henderson are going to be in for a field day. I just don't see a way that the Jets, with their bad news Bears defense now that they traded away their 2 best players, I don't know how they stop the Patriots.
Especially with the numbers that Justin Fields is putting up. Like, I still can't get over this.
Those
like,
54
these are
yards.
numbers that you would see in college football. These are like Malik Willis numbers. I know you're a Liberty guy. Did Malik Willis go to Liberty?
He was better at Liberty. He just maybe was putting up those numbers in Green Bay, but he was better at Liberty.
Well, yeah, but he just ran. Like, that's the thing. The difference in college football is, like, if you're athletic, especially probably at Liberty, you can get away with, like, not watching game film. When he said that, he was like, yeah, I didn't watch game film in college. You're like, you're going to have to change that in the NFL. It's a little harder. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. Have a great Thursday. Best of luck with all of your bets. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the Bet.
Go-ins with the little brother complex, kind of thinking, okay, we're going to find a way for our city to be better. And they always talk about the garbage that goes in front of the house. My garbage goes in front of the house once a week, not all week. So they don't have alleys like in the actual city. That's what they do. The garbage is in front and the whole city stinks.
they leave the garbage on the street without a can. It's just a bag.
Every day.
And then the rodents rip the bags open, and then it just spills out to the street.
Why?
I don't know. On the walk to work every morning, I go, ugh. It's really bad. It's really, really bad.
It depends on the block. There's kind of a different scent every block. It depends. Some can be good. Some can be bad. This East Coast slander, though, I don't know about it. This is very Midwest. I love New York.
That's what I'm asking. Personally. I'm asking. I don't, you could.
I mean, what Sam's saying is definitely true. Like, I remember living in New York for a summer, and I walked 10 blocks, like 5 down, 5 over to Rockefeller. And there was a different smell every block. It could be good, could be bad, but sometimes it's pretty rough.
Mostly
like maybe
bad. Mostly
Italian
bad.
restaurants would be good, right? Like,
I mean, not if there's pasta in the trash bag out front, but yeah, if you're getting the ambiance of the restaurant, yeah. I love New York though, so I think I'm on an island on this show. I know Jake hates New York.
No, he doesn't.
Out there a couple times.
No, he keeps going back. He needs more. He loves New York.
There's a strong Midwest bias on this show. I get it.
No, Jake.
I don't keep going back for the record.
How many times have you been there?
3 years. We are 2 years sober from New York. Thank you very much.
I think there are times you go back for a weekend and you don't tell us.
It's just a blatant lie.
Okay. That's what I would do if I were you. But okay, apparently not. Any calls
I'll write
lately?
it down.
Any calls? No.
Unluckily, no.
Unluckily, no. All right. Sam, what did you have your eyes peeled to last night? We've got a bunch of injury news when it comes to the NFL. Maction was kind of interesting. If you like favorites, it was interesting. We got our Cy Young results. What did you care about most?
I only followed 2 games last night because I was busy. I was out drinking and throwing darts, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But I was I met my buddy John Jastrzemski, who works for SNY, and he said, I'm going to the Knick game, and then we can meet up before and after. So we met up before at a place across the street, and this is a bar just decked with Knick fans, like right across the street. And I'm sitting with JJ at the bar, and this group of guys next to us were talking about how the Knicks are a lock. And I'm like, okay, well, now I'm betting the Magic, right? Knicks were a 3.5-point favorite, lost outright. So thank you, group of guys at the bar across from the Madison Square Garden. So I was following that because it's on in every bar. The Knicks are hot. People love the Knicks now. They're supposed to be NBA Finals good, potentially. So everybody's excited. And then they lose outright to the Magic. But I had that bet on our show on Marquette. And they freaking pounded Little Rock. I think at one point they were up 40 in the game. And on Lightning Bets, we had minus 20 or 20.5 or whatever. They were almost up at half by the spread. And then they rolled. But I didn't really follow a lot of the action. I wasn't really doing a lot with other NBA or NHL games. I was focused on 2 things. The Knicks losing, check. And Marquette rolling, check.
Yeah, there was very little going on in college because we had the big night on Tuesday, if I get my days correct. So you didn't have as much action, but yeah, you gave out that winner yesterday. Good job out of you. The Bulls lost again.
Damn.
Maybe Gertch is going to be right. 4 in a row, 5 out of 6. Could be. That was
I've got that middle though.
Down.
That's fine. I've got over 31.5 and under 41.5. So if they land on 38, 39, 40, I don't give a damn. I'll be content with that.
But they have that super hot start, and now they're playing awful ball, come back down to earth, and we'll see where it ends up settling in. And then, of course, everywhere, the big coverage last night. I love that you bet the Magic, by the way, because that's your team. That's your team that you're going to bet. If there's like one NBA team, who's Sam's team outside of rooting interest? I'm like, oh, Magic, 100%.
I didn't even know who the Knicks were playing. I didn't even care.
Yeah.
All I heard was the Knicks are a lock tonight. And I logged in and went to town.
The Thunder beating the Lakers was somehow shocking to some of the national pundits. Like, where have you been? Yeah, they're going to beat their ass by 30. They're a lot better than them. Hey, did you watch any of last year? or what's to come this season. That had, that was the big game of the night. So a lot of people certainly focused on that one. We quickly mentioned Maction, and I should have bet it. I didn't. I jokingly made a comment about how awful UMass is. Northern Illinois wins 45-3. There was money coming in on UMass. When we went off the air, it was 11.5, and then it closes 10. All of the favorites win and cover last night in Maction. Northern Illinois, Toledo hammers Miami of Ohio, and then Central Michigan covers a short spread at home against Buffalo. So there you go. If you bet the Maction favorites, I bet you there were people that took all three favorites on the money line, and you ended up winning. Or if you put them on the spread, that parlay works as well.
Favorites are fun for a lot of people, and favorites are more fun when you can grab other favorites and parlay them together. If that's the case, it's going to be a happy night for most people when the favorites win, when the favorites cover the second half. That's life for some people. Just favorite. And if you've been betting the NFL this year, there's been a lot of that, as we've discussed. I need Toledo to just win out and give me some hope that they can get into this MAC championship game. I don't think it's going to happen, but the standings in the MAC, they're 4-2. The only team with one loss is West Michigan. So I'm going to need some help there. You got 3, 4, 5 teams, 6 teams actually, with 2 losses. So I'm going to need some chaos and some help along the way. Yeah, I know.
Tiebreakers. Yeah, I don't know what the tiebreaker situation is there. Well, best of luck with Toledo. Maybe you'll get surprised a little bit. MVPs tonight for Major League Baseball. We know one result. The other we wait on, which will be debated. Judge or Rowley. Last night we got the Cy Young Awards. It was not a surprise at all, really. But I do find it funny that there are some people that get really mad that the second place finisher didn't get more respect. But if you were to ask him, well, who would you vote for? There's only 30 votes going out. Oh, I would take Skubal and Skeens. Well, what are we complaining about? I saw people mad that Crochet didn't get enough respect. Oh, Crochet didn't get enough love. But if you have the vote, are you voting for Skubal or Crochet? I'd go Skubal. Well, then what is the debate going on here? Like, I understand you would think going in, maybe there would be more people that would say, oh, yeah, I would give it to Crochet. Skubal gets 26 first-place votes. Crochet gets 4. So Skubal goes back-to-back. It's hard to argue with him when you break down all the numbers. Terrific again. The strikeouts were there. He was a workhorse. ERA 2.39, which was funny because Skeens was 2.38. 2.39, 2.38. Their WAR was almost the same. The strikeout total almost the same. Like, this is what you have to do. It's not a big surprise. Like, could we make a case for Crochet? Absolutely. Those guys were co-favorites going into the year, and then they end up 1-2 at the end of the year. But I always find it a little ridiculous when people go up in arms. This guy should get more respect. He should have got more love. Well, what would you do? Well, I'd vote for Skubal. Well, what are you arguing about? I just don't understand. And then Skeens, unanimous, Sam. If you're going to make that debate, I would say that Sanchez should have got more love because their numbers were much closer than Skubal and Crochet ended up being. We had some Sanchez on the show. I know Jake did. I did as well, grabbing him usually around the 20s, 30s when it was hanging around there. But no dice. When you're going up against Skeens, you're going to have to surpass them by a bunch if you want more votes.
It really, going forward, becomes very difficult to want to bet guys that are not named Paul Skeens for Cy Young and Shohei Ohtani for MVP. Like, you really have to sack up if you're going to be betting other guys. And naturally, when you have 2 prohibitive favorites like we're going to have going forward, assuming health, of course, if Skeens is healthy, he's the favorite. If Ohtani's healthy, he's the favorite. And I don't want to say you're playing for keeps for everybody else, but it really does. Like, if you're going to take a poke on somebody, you got to get a really good number and you got to hold on for dear life because you're going to have to do a lot of navigating to beat Skeens for the Cy and Ohtani for the MVP.
And the voters proved once again last night, they're not worried about going back-to-back. As they go back-to-back with Skubal, we've seen Ohtani, you're right, you're going to probably need injuries for him not to take down one award. Ohtani's going to be named the NL MVP tonight. That's a no-doubter. That was, minus 10,000 last time it was on the board. But Judge and Raleigh was close to a coin toss. That kept flip-flopping in the last month of the year. So that is something actually worth paying attention to. Who gets the MVP? And I know some people have some tickets out there, and if they did it right, there are a number of people that have plus money prices on both of these guys. So good luck with everyone. Hope you get the result that you're looking for in Judge and Raleigh. Of the awards, this was probably the most exciting one. In fact, it definitely was all season long when it comes to Major League Baseball. So those will wrap up later tonight when they hand out the AL and NL MVP. As far as NFL nuggets, Sam, a few things involving quarterbacks, other positions. As always, we don't want to go too far on what we see on injury reports on Wednesdays, but quarterbacks always stand out. We did get official word that it's going to be Jameis playing for the Giants. Maybe that conversation comes up during Live Dogs when we talk about the New York Football Giants as a touchdown dog. But C.J. Stroud does not practice. He is not practicing for the Houston Texans with that concussion. Lamar did not practice yesterday, but we're used to this by now. He is expected to play. He's dealing with some knee soreness, and Brock Purdy was limited. So he practices on Wednesday, but Mac Jones has looked great. And San Francisco says they're going to have aggressive practices with one Brock Purdy this week. I don't know that they should be in a rush to get Purdy back on the field.
I just picture you scrolling, and then stopping on every Shanahan quote about Brock Purdy, because last week he was progressing. And this week he's actively or aggressively progressing.
Aggressive practice.
They just change the adverb every week, right? They just change the adverb. This week it's aggressively progressing. Yeah, okay. Yes. Just play already, dude. Just play. Get me to 11.
I don't think they want him.
Season wins.
I think they might prefer Mac Jones right now the way he's playing.
But they paid him, so they have to get him out there. I mean, he has such a big salary. If you don't want him, you got to play him. Hope he does well, and then maybe you can trade him, because you're not going to get rid of him if he's not playing and performing. You're going to eat that contract, which looks worse and worse by the minute. I also remember Charles Barkley used to do that commercial. Are you in my 5? Jameis Winston and the Giants will definitely be in my 5 this weekend. That is a
Let's
lock.
Go.
Not the bet. The bet is not a lock. I want to be very clear. It is a lock, though, that the Giants will make my 5-team card.
Oh, yeah. At 7. Is this going to get inside of 7? Who's backing the Packers?
You might as well just bet the 7 now. If you're going to bet the Giants, I'd hate for people to have to take 6.5. There may be that push. And then our favorite pastime is this: betting Jameis, winning that bet, and then turning on Jameis the next week when everybody falls for the story.
I looked at the interception prop for Jameis. It's minus 200.
This would be the time to bet no interception. And then he throws for 3 touchdowns. The Giants win the game outright. Mike Kafka for head coach. Make them permanent. Yes. And then they get dog walked in the very next game.
Let's go. Dalton Kincaid not practicing. He's dealing with a hamstring. That concerns me for the Bills because a lot has been running through him. Marvin Harrison Jr., he is out. Bucky Irving back on the practice field for the Bucs in a big matchup. So a lot to cover over the next few hours. Joe O, Sammy P, Thursday Night Football. Week 11 kicks off tonight. That's next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Week 11 starts tonight. It's the Jets and the Patriots for this AFC East tilt. Sammy P, thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday. Kelly in Vegas, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Ian Hartitz, 10 o'clock Eastern. Will be dropping by to talk some NFL. We'll get to Survivor in about 20 minutes officially, but I'm sure Survivor is going to be brought up when it comes to this game because it is the largest point spread on the board, and it is not close. There are a few games that are hanging around 7, but this one is around double that. It is 13. Did not open there. It's been Patriots money throughout the week. New England, the home favorite, favored by 13, total 43. The Patriots trying to get it to an 8-game winning streak under Vrabel in his rookie campaign. And the Jets are going for their 3rd straight win. I still don't know how they won that game last week against Cleveland. You take the Jets as a dog probably if you have the cojones to bet on the game. But you just do it because they're the dog. You just do it because they're getting points. And then you look at it like, the Browns should have won that game. The Jets win by 1 score, and they had 2 special teams touchdowns. Justin Fields had 54 passing yards against a very stout Cleveland defense. So it's like, I don't know that they should have won either of the last 2 games. Garrett Wilson is out for the Jets. So one of the few playmakers they do have, not going to be playing on the outside. And then for New England, Mondre Stevenson out. Maybe Patriots fans are happy about that. And on the outside, you got Booty out. All right, Sam, New England minus 13, total 43. Where do we start?
Do you remember what the number was in the summer? I'm asking rhetorically. I don't think you would remember a random Thursday night game, but can you take a guess what this point spread was in the summer when the Westgate put up their lines for every single game?
Okay, New England was expected to be better by at least a couple of wins. So home field, I'm going to say it was New England minus 4.
4.5 right there.
Woo!
So 4.5. Great call. Great call by you. So in August, the number's 4.5. Patriots at home against the Jets. Now we're at 13. That's a crazy adjustment. And it's not to say that it's not warranted because the Patriots have become a very, very popular team, mostly because they make you money. I mean, the bartender's betting the Patriots every week. He thinks Drake May's the best player in football. At least he bets it that way. I mean, go back and look at the bartender picks. Basically every week, the last 5 weeks, Patriots. And they keep covering. They have to, the books, what they have to do at this point is overinflate the balloon so much because there is such an appetite to bet this team. And it doesn't mean they can't win and win big, but man, you are paying a Drake May, Mike Vrabel, Patriot tax every single game. And they are making these spreads so high. 13 on a short week, Thursday night, is a massive number to lay. I'm honestly looking for reasons to bet the Jets. There aren't many of them, but if you're betting numbers and not teams, you're taking the Jets for sure.
Yeah. Have you found any? It's tough.
What?
Reasons to bet the Jets. Like, what's the argument? Just because you're getting 13?
Like I said, it's a number. You're betting a number.
Yeah.
You're plugging in a formula. You're getting to like 10, 10.5, and the books are offering you 13. Look ahead number in this game was 10.5. I mean, that was the 11-day number in Vegas. New England minus 10.5. Now I log into BetMGM. I can take 13.
Man, I know. This New England defense, they won't let you run the ball. They're outstanding at shutting down the run. And without Garrett Wilson, what do they have? Oh, Breece Hall. Well, New England's great against the run. So that's going to be difficult. You've got all this positive momentum for Drake May. So maybe you go there. Like, he has taken too many sacks, I would say. Like, when he reaches that next level, I don't know what's next. He's a co-favorite for the MVP right now. That will be interesting. So let's assume he has a great game. What if the number's right? The Patriots win by 2 touchdowns and May puts up numbers. And then he gets a little bit of momentum. And then you've got Staffy going against Seattle, What happens there? If the Rams win, Stafford probably the favorite or remains the co-favorite with May. That's going to be pretty interesting. Henderson is going to be in the room, and I wish he wasn't, but he's going to be. After what he did on Sunday, those 2 explosive runs, and then looking at the sideline late in the game, should I score? Should I score? Okay, I'll go score a touchdown. An awesome performance. And so many football fans have been screaming, why isn't Henderson getting an opportunity? Well, the Stevenson injury is giving Henderson that opportunity. They'll make their case about blocking and all that. He's young. He's still learning the offense, blah, blah, blah. When he's out there, he makes plays. He's averaging 5.3 yards per carry when Stevenson is averaging 2 yards less. He's at 3.4 yards per carry. So now they're forced in a situation tonight where, all right, Henderson's going to be out there because Stevenson is out. Immediately, I end up looking at his props because I know they're going to be super popular and I'm going to want them. I'm going to be tempted by them. 17.5 rushing attempts for Henderson. Should be playing from out in front. Should get the rock. Did not get to 17.5 last week. 78.5 rushing yards. But the first thing that came to mind, and I'm thinking most people will not be on this game because they like the other props more, longest rush. Longest rush is 14.5 against this Jets defense. Takes one with Henderson. And then looking this year, some of these running backs that have had big weeks, sure, we go to week 2. The Bills, James Cook went for 132. We saw the Dolphins, Achane ran for 99 yards against them. They gave up 109 on the ground. Javonte Williams of the Cowboys, 135 on the ground. Let's see, Bengals, man, Pirine and Chase Brown both had a big day. Panthers, Rico Dowdle went for 79, Chuba Hubbard for 31. Henderson should get there. If he gets the workload we're expecting, he should get into the end zone, but they priced that properly at minus 170. That's too expensive for me unless you want to go 2+ touchdowns. But if I'm going Henderson, Sam, I'm going over on the longest rush of 14.5 yards.
I'm laughing because these sports books don't even have the cojones to hang a passing yardage prop on Justin Fields. A lot of the books don't even have one. Yeah. So
they don't know how low to go.
One book has 136.5. BetMGM does not have a passing prop that I see. What they have done is they have combined passing and rushing, and they're offering that, which is 181.5. But I do not see. I'm looking at BetMGM right now. I don't see passing yards only for Fields. The only other book I see that has it is FanDuel at 136.5. You want to gamble, Joe? You want to roll the dice on Justin Fields over 136.5? Come on. You know you want to.
MGM does have 135.5 now.
Why don't I see it?
I don't know. I do, but you're right. A lot of books don't have it. If you look at the prop shop, that's the only one I see listed.
I see it on the prop shop, but I don't see it on the book itself. Like, I'm literally staring at passing yards, and they only have Drake May. So,
even on the over/under tab.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it listed. I've got them both listed. So, I mean,
they don't have him for attempts. They don't have him for completions. They don't have him for first half. Oh, they have him for first half passing yards at 59.5.
Under.
This is wild. Okay, there we go. Finally, at the very, very bottom. Make it more difficult for me. Make me a bicycle clown. 135.5 now.
You're right, though. I don't see it in some of the other props.
No, it's so dumb. Like, let's make this more difficult for me to make a bet that is a total gamble. Like, if you're betting on Fields passing yards, you're literally rolling bones. You have no idea what's going to happen. Here's his yardage totals this year. I'm going to just read you game by game. 218, 27, 226, 283, 45, 46, 244, 54. The definition of gambling is betting on the Justin Fields passing prop.
So the most rushing yards any running back has had against this Patriots defense is 53. They put Breece Hall's number at 52.5. Would you go under? The most is 53 this year.
Well, if you're a stat studier, you probably go under, right?
Yeah. And we expect the Jets to be trailing, so it's going to have to be Fields passing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Aaron Glenn's running the ball down 20. I don't know. But we have had weird results on Thursdays. Very weird results. Like, look at last Thursday. 10-7, Broncos. We're all sweating for everybody that took Denver in Survivor. Like, that was an ugly game. And we've seen some surprising results. So you never know. To your point, it's tough to back the Jets. I'm not doing anything with the side. I'm not doing anything with the total. Survivor, that's a different conversation we'll have shortly. But props is the way to go. That's really all that interests me.
I'll probably find my way on the Jets, and I will hate myself when it's 17-3 at half. But sometimes you do what you got to do. I am looking for reasons to bet the Jets, and I await the room. In times of crisis, in times of uncertainty, the room can clear a lot of things for a lot of people. So I await the room bets later in the show.
We talked about the idea of TreVeyon Henderson, Offensive Rookie of the Year, yesterday at 50-1. The best price you can find now is already down to 40. Best price.
Mm-hmm.
If he blows up tonight, that's going to have some momentum. That number's going to drop a bunch more if he has a big game. Side note, the most snaps of all the New England receivers last week, the highest percentage of snaps with Booty out was Matt Collins. He was out there for about 80% of the snaps, and he got 10 targets last week. Stephon Diggs had 8 targets. So the Matt Collins props, 3.5 catches, 37.5 yards, plus 250 for an anytime touchdown. Maybe he does something there. Maybe one deep ball, and that's all it would take. And then he gets by the number. Diggs numbers, 55.5 on the yards, plus 140 for an anytime touchdown. I'm guessing Diggs will be very popular as well.
I would be curious to see how they bet Fields. And I think it's easy to look at him and bet the rushing over and the passing under. If they come, what happens if the room says number one prop, Fields passing yards under? Are you intrigued by the over? Are you warming to the idea if the room says under?
It's so hard because he's coming off a 54-yard game. But they should be throwing and playing from behind. And then, like last week, you're like, oh, they scored 27. Well, remember, a couple possessions were taken away because of those special teams touchdowns. They're supposed to get the ball, and then they never get the ball because they just scored 6. Yeah, I would have to be, but I don't want to do it. I do not.
He only threw 11 passes last week. He was 6 of 11. If I bet his over tonight, which is possible, if I bet his over on passing yards and he throws 11 passes, I'm ripping my TV off the wall.
How many, since you have it in front of you, do you have that box score? How many rushes did they have in that game against Cleveland?
He had 7 for 28. I don't know how many the team had. I could pull that up. So he was 6 of 11 for 54 passing.
He had 11 passes, 7 rushes?
Yes. Yep. 11 passes, 6 complete, 54 yards. And then he rushed it 7 times for 28 yards. Where did the offense come from in this game? So Cleveland had 75 from Judkins and 54 from Gabriel. The Jets had 83 rushing from Hall and 28 from Fields. They had 42 passing yards and 127 rushing yards as a team.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I can't believe they won. They had 169 total yards in the game.
And here I am, like, oh, let me bet this team plus 13.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I could. Right. I very easily could. Watch me.
Where's the bell? Bell did not travel. Was the travel okay? You good? Anything to complain about? Wi-Fi?
No complaints for the first time in a long
Really?
time. But I still have to get home, so we're only halfway there. Don't worry. A lot of things can happen on the way home.
Yes, Friday morning could be interesting. All right. We somehow got a full segment out of Jets Patriots. I don't know how. We gave people multiple betting angles on this crap game. You're going to need a bet or two to get through it, I think. Boy, these primetime games have not been pretty of late, including what we saw on Monday night. Joe O, Sammy P, we keep things rolling. Survivor is next. For those of you still alive, I still see pools popping up. I'm sure Kelly in Vegas has a brand new pool, and that she'll talk about later on. You've got Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
that pretty.
It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one.
We gonna do what?
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
Once again, they put us in a spot where Thursday night football is going to be very popular. It will be the most popular pick of the week. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Let's talk some Survivor. I know a lot of people that are still alive, and then nowadays you get pools that start up every single week. There are still pools that are starting up. You just have to make 2 or 3 picks a week as we continue here down the road. Already week 11, we're kind of getting to that point where it might be too late to start a new one. But New England is going to be the most popular pick. There's no doubt. Every projection site, I was looking at Pool Genius, Survivor Atlas, everybody's saying New England's going to be the most popular pick. And I get it. If we're looking down the road, Sam, are there other spots to take New England? Yeah. In a couple weeks, they get the Giants. Is Dart going to be available? Don't know. We would think he would be by now. But, you get the Giants in a couple weeks later on in the year at the Jets. So you play them again, but you get them at home this time around. New England, it's going to be a popular one, but it's Thursday night football. It's a divisional matchup. Such a big difference. We're talking about a 6-point gap between this point spread and any other game.
I want no part either of the Packers. Not a single shred of my body wants to bet on Green Bay. Nope, not happening. Not in this specific spot. Not the first Jameis start. Not the new interim coach, Mike Kafka. Not messing with that landmine. Ain't happening.
Nope.
Here's a game I thought about, though. You know who's winning this week. Minnesota's beating Chicago. That is happening. I've already convinced myself that that's happening. Now,
wait. Why is this
happening?
happening?
Use it. Because it is, because I just decided the Bears are losing.
Oh, okay.
The issue is nobody's going to want to take Minnesota because nobody trusts J.J. McCarthy, and that's fine.
No.
But if you know how the NFL works, this is the perfect spot for the Bears to fall. Perfect spot. Because Minnesota just got shredded again. McCarthy stinks. Justin Jefferson's quitting on balls. O'Connell's losing the locker room. Bears are 6-3. This is perfect. This is a perfect Bears banana peel.
I want to see how healthy this Vikings team is. Van Ginkel was not practicing yesterday. Grenard was injured. I think he did a limited work yesterday. We'll see how healthy he is moving forward. But that injury report for the Vikings does not look very good right now, and especially on defense, which is the strength of this team. Caleb, See, I have a different view of that game. I wouldn't touch it for Survivor. Maybe we'll talk about it with Live Dogs. Caleb on that turf, I think he's got some explosion. He breaks away from tackles constantly. I don't know, man. But to your point, I kind of fall in that category. I don't trust McCarthy right now. I don't feel great about backing him. So, I would not even touch that game in Survivor. There are a handful of other ones that I would prefer to go to. I wouldn't do it, but I would rather take Dallas than Minnesota. Dallas on Monday night going up against Vegas. But I wouldn't do that game. Your idea about Green Bay, totally with you. That is one of the top 4 point spreads. There are 3 games that are right around a touchdown. That's one of them. Would not touch that one. You know what? There's another game around a touchdown, Sam, I wouldn't touch. Baltimore. Baltimore, for those that have them, will be popular. They're at Cleveland, so on the road in the division, and you have so many other spots to take Baltimore. You've got the Jets next week, which is going to be a 2-touchdown number. After that, you've got the Bengals. We don't know if Burrow's going to be back. That's a Thanksgiving game. If Burrow's not back, there's another good spot to take Baltimore. And then later in the year, what if Burrow never returns? They've got Cincinnati again. There's just way too many spots to take Baltimore. And those that have them will jump on the Ravens this week and think, okay, I'm going away from the public because I'm not taking New England. No, man, I don't want to go to Cleveland. That defense plays so much better at home too. This is not the spot for Baltimore. I say it's not the spot for Baltimore or Green Bay. What about Houston? That's the other game that's a touchdown. We don't know if Stroud's going to play. Let's say it's no Stroud, Davis Mills under center at the Titans off a bye.
No, I'm good on that one. What about Danks? Let's see.
Nobody even knows.
Gertch does. Houston.
I don't want Buffalo.
I
don't want Buffalo either.
See, that's what I was going to say. Well, last week I was saying no Buffalo because Buffalo off the Kansas City is just a bad spot. Like, just a bad spot. And now after Buffalo loses in Miami, people are like, oh, I can't bet Buffalo. I wish I had the bell. Bell's not here. Oh, I can't bet Buffalo. Yeah, you can, because Buffalo is going to win. I don't know if they're going to cover. I mean, you can. You definitely can. Injury report, not good again on Wednesday. Here are the guys that were limited. Benford, Bernard, Bosa, Johnson, Lewis, Shakir, Thompson, Dorian Williams. Also, Kincaid, as you said, did not practice. You got more guys. I mean, this list on Wednesday, I feel like, was longer last week, but it's another long list on Wednesday. Now, we'll see what happens on Thursday and Friday, but multiple guys in the secondary, multiple guys up front. Epinesa has a concussion. He practiced in full, so I guess he's coming out of the concussion technically, but that's another long Wednesday injury report for the Buffalo Bills.
Back on the Houston one, obviously I would prefer to have Stroud, but I'm not as concerned about taking it. What is Cam Ward going to do against that Texans defense? I don't care home or not. I don't care coming off the bye either. I don't have any belief in that team. So Ridley did practice some, I believe, yesterday, returned to the practice field. So keep an eye out on that one. I'd be fine with Houston. So I'm going to have to take some New England, even though they'll be popular. I will take some Houston. I think we're kind of saying that we like dogs. It's going to be a dog week because we're saying stay away from Green Bay. Maybe not with Baltimore. Divisional matchup, going to be a touchdown on the road. You know, the Buffalo spot, Tampa Bay is just always dicey. That, under the radar, that Bucs offense has not been good for a while. And I know they've been missing guys due to injury, but that's what was carrying them early on. Right now, the defense is what's carrying them. Cincinnati against Pittsburgh. No chance am I doing Pittsburgh in this spot, the way that Aaron Rodgers is looking. Kansas City against Denver. I mean, are you going to use the Chiefs at Denver? No. I don't know, man. There's some tricky spots. I think there's going to be a lot of dogs that we like when we talk live dogs in 11 o'clock hour.
So here's another one that you have to have this conversation with internally. And I heard this from a buddy of mine who's still alive in Survivor. He is contemplating Kansas City. Andy Reid, off the bye in his career, 22-4.
It's going to be sweaty.
No doubt. But do you really think the Broncos are going to win? Like, I understand. I mean, everything in this life, in this Survivor life, is sweaty. That's why everybody gets knocked out in October for the most part. That's why restart leagues are full throttle right now.
Mm-hmm.
When you really close your eyes and get to Sunday, are the Broncos really going to beat the Chiefs and take a 3.5 game lead in the division? I want it to happen, but I know it's not gonna.
No, I don't think so. I would rather take Kansas City than Pittsburgh. And I'd say a couple others that have larger point spreads too. I get the point. It's just, it's hard to get there because if I'm going to use Kansas City, I would rather use them in a laugher where I don't have to be stressed. Why do I need to add this stress? Look, down the road, you've got Dallas, Houston, Tennessee. You got Denver again in Arrowhead. There are other spots to use Kansas City. Wow, I'm surprised someone's gotten this far and not used Kansas City. So it's worth a consideration. I would just rather use them when I see a point spread of 6 or 7 when nobody else has them in the pool, which is probably what's going to happen down the road if you're still alive.
Let's play a quick game, impromptu. Paul, I need you to answer this question.
3, 2, 1.
Would you rather swallow a knife or bet Bo Nix to beat Mahomes outright?
How sharp's the knife?
Pretty sharp.
Damn.
He's thinking about it.
I watched, we went to the Renaissance Fair in 6th grade, and we watched this sword swallower swallow swords, and he's okay, or at least he was that day. So I'm just wondering if there's watch some
opposed to
YouTube
the
videos.
sword swallower swallowing something else.
Jake,
I don't
down.
need to hear about
Jake,
your personal
down.
life, Jake. Yeah, jeez.
Down,
Let
Jake.
him answer.
I don't know. YouTube crash course on sword swallowing. I think I'll go with Bo Nix. I'll you know what? So I'll pay the money to lose the bet instead of swallowing a sword and live to fight literally another day.
Are we forgetting about Paul's history with knives?
Not great. Not great.
Toe?
Dude,
Sam, were you on the show when he had the toe injury?
No, he was not. He was not.
No.
Every time there's a knife on the counter, that thing
Tell
gets
him.
moved all the way to the other side. I knocked a knife off the counter and it went right into my toe, right into my foot. Yeah.
And how long do you have to
it
wear a boot?
Punctured things. I don't know, 8 weeks. I think it was, it was surgery.
was
It snapped the
scooting
tendon.
He had a
Yeah.
boot
Oh,
on.
I
He's
was-
scooting
I had a
around in his
scooter.
apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
This music, by the way, is nightmare fuel. Jake, can you crank this a little bit higher, please, for us? It's so bad. It's
Jeez.
so bad.
It was a great find by me. Maybe my best work, just in time.
Did the show
I
get
would-
canceled
I know.
after this song debuted? I feel like the show got
It was
canceled
close.
right after
It was
that.
pretty close. By
There
the
are
way,
a lot of
Bills.
things have gone through my mind about the timing. What else happened around then? But I don't really know the timing anyways. That's a whole nother conversation.
It was a Tuesday.
No,
It
but I
was a
mean, when was
Tuesday.
the decision made?
Ah.
Yeah. 6 months ago, maybe. Oh, yeah, interesting. Joe O, Sammy P. Coming up next, Ian Hartitz from Fantasy Life will drop by. We'll talk some NFL. A lot of moving parts going down this week in fantasy. That's next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you on Bet Sweats on a Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out. Ian Hartitz, kind enough to drop by. Joe O. Sammy P with you. Ian on X at iHartitz. Find him, fantasylife.com. Some of his great works, a number of columns, YouTube videos every single week on that website. Ian, how you feeling, man?
It's a great day to be great, man. Always fun chopping it up with you guys. Not sure if we have the best Thursday night game ahead of us, but, I kind of like it ugly, so that's okay.
I'm taking the points. I told Joe, and I thought he was going to vomit on the spot. I think I have to take 13. He asked me why. I had no reason for why.
I feel like we get some of these, interdivisional matchups, and they're a little bit closer than you expect. So I'm sure that is going to be the sharp side. I think the best bet I found so far is maybe just Breece Hall over 2.5 receptions. And I feel like, taking any over with Justin Fields at quarterback is sacrilegious and a terrible idea. But with Breece Hall, obviously, no, he's a good receiver in his own right. It's just receptions. So we're more so looking for checkdowns or design plays. And as good as the Patriots are against running backs on the ground, they actually have allowed the most targets and receptions to the position. So still plus money over 2.5.
Okay, Breece Hall through the air. I want to ask about the other running back because he exploded onto the scene. Finally, people were calling for it. Let's see some more Henderson. Let's see more Henderson. Well, we got it last week. 2 awesome touchdowns. One, he was clocked at 22 miles per hour. A lot of excitement around the Patriots. It's been about May all year, but now you got Henderson as well. And you got Ramondre out once again. So he's going to have that opportunity. I made the case yesterday, like, you know what? You start to look at some of the yardage. I know it's been limited opportunities so far, but what if he's the guy second half of the year? What if he is? 50-1 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I'm like, he's about to pass Judkins probably on Thursday night. So, Henderson, any interest there? The rushing yard is at 78.5. They're expecting a touchdown. That's a bit high at -170. But what are you expecting out of him?
I was actually surprised this Jets defense held up as well as it did against Quinshon Judkins last week, but I do think there's obviously quite a big difference between what the Browns are bringing to the table versus the Drake May-led Patriots. So, no, I think those are fine because, as you mentioned, man, with that, one-hitter-quitter speed, all it really takes is 1 or 2 big ones from Henderson to go ahead and get us there anyway. So, rest of the season, longer term, I don't hate the Rookie of the Year call because I feel like maybe Abuka was the front runner, but he's kind of fallen off just a little bit here over the last 4 weeks. Good bounce back last week and everything. But I guess just the one concern would be, remember, it did take not only Ramondre Stevenson being out, but also Terrell Jennings and also Antonio Gibson before for this all to come to fruition for Henderson. So as much as someone who, drafted way too much of Henderson this past August, last week was great to see, but I still think in my heart of hearts, once Mondre and even Jennings are healthy, it's going to be a bit more 50-50, 60-40. But even that should be an advantage over the, 5-6 touches we were seeing per game from Hendo.
Yeah. You mentioned the Breece Hall prop. I think it's very difficult to try and handicap the whole Drake May side of the thing today because you just don't know if they're up 17-0, like how much do they do, right? I think it's very difficult. Is there a Patriots angle you do like, though, in tonight's game?
It is tough, but that said, I do think Stephon Diggs has some good stuff going for him here. I've been trying to look a little bit deeper at these, man zone kind of wide receiver splits, specifically against defenses that run a lot of man coverage. Because just across the NFL in general, you see man-heavy teams give up more, just yardage and targets to wide receivers. Zone-heavy teams are more so running backs and tight ends, which I do think just makes sense from more of a real football mindset when you think about it. Zone, obviously, you're playing deeper. You have your, back. Not turning the quarterback. Man coverage could be a little bit more problematic there. And Stephon Diggs, guys, this season, 28% target share versus man and just 19% against zone. Jets obviously lost Sauce Gardner, not looking too good as a real-life defense in their own right, and they still run the 6th most man coverage in the league. So I just think that Stephon Diggs, again, given those splits, given the good matchup, and given his status still as the number 1 in New England, no Kayshon Boutte once again, I do like the idea of taking some of his ladders. So once you get to 60-plus receiving yards, that's around plus 100. Before the show, I went ahead and went from 60 to 100 with Mr. Diggs. So, and honestly, guys, he's looked good, just throughout this whole year. Obviously, had the breakout Buffalo game where he was breaking tackles all over the place. Awesome toe tap touchdown last week. ESPN has some good advanced receiver ratings, one of which is open rating, meant to help quantify separation. Diggs the fifth best wide receiver in the league this year. So if there is going to be someone in that passing game to go off, I do think it'd be Diggs.
Yeah, that makes sense. His yardage tonight, 55.5 plus money for an anytime touchdown for him. Let's look at the rest of the card, Ian. We keep going back to Packers Giants. I think most people are talking about this game because of the Jameis factor. I want to hit on that, but also, how about this Packers offense, man? Struggling. You saw it on Monday night against Philadelphia. You also saw it the week before at home against Carolina as they were upset at home. So they're going through their issues without Kraft. So let's hit the Giants side, how Jameis changes things, and then also the Packers side without Kraft. How do they look moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, everything that you think you know about Jameis being the most entertaining quarterback in the league, it's true. The guy's freaking awesome out there. Going back to 2020, nobody has a higher average target depth than Jameis Winston. And he's in first place by almost an entire yard. I think Lamar Jackson is the guy in second. So, on the one hand, I'd like to be like, well, no Malik Neighbors, no Cam Scatterby. How many playmakers does he really have? But this dude made Jerry Jeudy look like a legit Pro Bowl wide receiver one caliber player last year. Cedric Tome was doing his thing as well. I do think we can feel good about Wan'Dale Robinson, potentially even getting some more downfield stuff. And then Darius Slayton, as long as that hamstring is okay. So didn't practice yesterday, but was able to return to the game after initially re-aggravating that injury. So I would be optimistic that something can get going on there. Theo Johnson, maybe a little anytime touchdown. I could get that as well. But I still think the Packers offense will be figuring it out more weeks than not here moving forward. Jordan Love, as much as, again, maybe we don't love just the full 60 minutes against some of these lesser competition, still does have top 5 efficiency numbers pretty much anywhere you want to look. And there were some pretty rough drops there last week, guys. Even Christian Watson was going to Twitter saying, like, yeah, I should have caught that ball. That hit me in the head. So I would say Josh Jacobs, anytime touchdown, been pretty much a sure thing. He's got 27, I think, in his 26 games with the Packers over these last 2 years. Otherwise, though, I would go back to some of those man coverage splits, and the two guys we have seen actually jump out for the Packers have been Romeo Doubs and actually Dontavian Wicks here over the course of this season. So with Doubs, he's been the number one the whole time, and I'm very much fine with taking those numbers regardless. Wicks is going to be a little bit more dependent on if Matthew Golden is still going to be out with that shoulder injury. So again, Jameis, excitement factor is great. Not so sure how great it's going to be for, real life Giants wins, but they're kind of past that point anyway. Otherwise, give me Dobbs and maybe a little bit of Josh Jacobs find the end zone once or twice.
I can't wait for Seahawks Rams. Did not think I would be saying that this summer, but here we are. These teams are playing for first place in the West, maybe even a chance at the number 1 seed in the NFC. Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, a lot to like there. Any bets or looks in this one?
I'm just looking forward, man. Get your popcorn ready. You're spot on, man. I like how we have this kind of random midseason NFC West tournament. Like last week, all 4 teams were playing with each other. And now we got it going again in this one. So I'll just be curious if we actually see the Seahawks kind of be forced to keep their foot on the gas in the passing game. Because that's been the only thing slowing down, I think, Sam Darnold from putting up better overall counting numbers. Obviously, JSN is getting his every week, but an extra week for Rashid Shaheed to be ready. We'll see if Torrey Horton can get back in the picture. Cooper Kupp was back there last week. I do think this passing game will be forced to pick up the slack a little bit more from, let's face it, a fairly lackluster run game as the season gets going. So still good, 2 good defenses though. So if anything, I think just interdivision nature, I'd probably be inclined to take the under on it overall. But again, in my heart of hearts, I would certainly prefer to see points flying up on that scoreboard all day. I tend to lean towards the Rams. We'll see though. Devontae Adams, I know Sean McVay's saying that he's going to be able to play through this oblique back injury, but didn't exactly look good when it happened. I do think when you have that offense with Stafford, Humming, and Puka and Devontae, for me, they're the class in the NFC right now.
Okay. What about the Detroit Lions? They play at the Eagles. They're a short dog. Game's basically a coin flip. The numbers sitting around 2.5. But it was a surprise. Dan Campbell takes over the play calling duties. They do very well. But everyone is getting theirs against the Commanders defense. And now Dan Quinn's going to take over play calling duties because that's the thing right now in the NFL. The head coach, something bad happened, I'm taking over. What about the Lions moving forward? Is it going to be Dan Campbell? Is he going to be the guy that's calling the plays? Or does he show Morton, hey, this is how I want things? And then, okay, we'll follow suit with that. Like, what do we think about the Lions moving forward?
I mean, I think that latter scenario sounds possible. But for now, I am expecting it to be Dan Campbell again. As much as knee biter, big, rough, and rugged Dan Campbell is viewed as this, ultimate football guy. Who's been more aggressive on 4th downs than the Lions? Trick plays. Who's calling all those plays, or at least, giving them the okay? It's always been Dan Campbell, guys. And honestly, last week we saw him embrace this pass-first mentality more than Morton had done the entire season. I mean, weeks 1 through 9, the Lions were tied for the second most run-heavy offense in football. Last week they were plus 8%, dropped dropback rate over expected. That was the second highest mark on the week. So obviously Jamison Williams was the main beneficiary there, but whether it's going to be him, Amon-Ra, Sam Laporta, any of these guys, I just think that, again, when you're asking Jared Goff to actually drop back and pass a bit more, it's going to obviously, just be good things for all of us in fantasy with those pass catchers. On the other side of the ball, though, with the Philadelphia Eagles, I would say maybe nice little squeaky wheel spot here for A.J. Brown. Again, can't get much darker for those of us, trying to ride the lows with this guy. I know he came out on his Twitch stream saying, trade me in fantasy, but I don't think, he's going anywhere in real life with the Eagles. We still know this guy is great. And hey, Devonta Smith is awesome in his own right. Heisman winner, did some horrific things to my Buckeyes in the Natty in just one half of football. But I just think when you look at this Lions defense, their secondary has been a mix of not great, injured, and also very man coverage heavy, something that, again, I do think A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith are very much qualified to take advantage of. So this would more so be one of those games where I think we could see points flying out there. And I even looked into some of those Jared Goff indoor-outdoor splits. I think they're more noisy than anything. So like the overs in this one, particularly with AJB, in a nice bounce-back spot.
We know the narrative about Andy Reid. Awesome off the bye. 22-4 now in his career off the bye. 22-4. Is there anything to do with the Chiefs, whether it be just to bet them on the money line parlay, any Chief players you like? What do you do with that information about Andy Reid being so good off the bye?
I think we can feel good about Kareem Hunt just probably finding his way into the end zone again, as much as everyone, all the nerds in fantasy football want Brashard Smith to become a thing. The Chiefs know Kareem Hunt. Andy Reid knows Kareem Hunt. And they continue to like to feed him the football more than just about anyone in that backfield, as long as Isaiah Pacheco remains out. So I'm expecting another 15 to 20 touches for Kareem Hunt. And again, a good chance for him falling to the end zone at least once, given the way they've been doing things this year. Otherwise, I would say keep an eye on Hollywood Brown and some of these overs. The Broncos are a very good defense. So I know we've been talking about the Giants and some of these Jets, teams like bad man heavy defenses, but actually, obviously the Broncos are better. No Patrick Surtain though. Hollywood Brown though has been the real nice recipient though from Patrick Mahomes against these more man heavy defenses. And obviously his, targets and reception props are going to be quite a bit lower than what we're seeing from Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy. So Hollywood's honestly had himself a pretty decent year, guys. Finally been staying healthy for, a prolonged period of time. I knocked on wood. Don't worry. So hopefully he can get going here in this spot.
Couple more minutes here. Ian Hartitz, fantasylife.com. Caleb Williams, it's been impressive. There are some that are taking a look at the Bears and saying this is very lucky. But I saw you doing a nice breakdown on Caleb and his performance and what he's doing, how it's different than a year ago. Talk about what you're seeing from Caleb, and is it sustainable?
So the caveat with all this is kind of, I think, what you were getting at. They've played just some bad defenses, and they've really taken advantage of that. Cowboys games, Bengals games, Giants last week, the Saints a couple weeks ago. But, what's Caleb supposed to do? He's doing a good job beating the crap out of teams he should probably be beating the crap out of. So would love to see it again against the Vikings this week and then beyond against some better defenses. But regardless of any of the passing numbers and the counting stuff going on, it's been his ability to stop taking sacks, which, again, was really, guys, just the biggest issue going on in Chicago last year. As much as we all knew the offensive line played a big part in that, there were also plenty of examples of Caleb trying to be Superman, making something out of nothing and taking sacks he shouldn't have been. He's just stopped doing it this year. I think he's probably in better shape. He has the fastest next-gen stats ball carrier speed of any quarterback this year. But, man, for my money's worth, guy, that spin move he's been pulling off in the pocket, best sack avoid spin I've seen since prime Tony Romo back in the mid-2010s. So, again, with Caleb last year, 45th among 47 quarterbacks in sack rate. He was 46 in pressure to sack rate. This year, he's top 5 in both those numbers. So he actually holds the ball longer than any quarterback in the league, but he's taking sacks at a bottom 5 rate. And I'm telling you, that's not because the Bears offensive line is just some complete juggernaut out here. So I do think they're improved, and Ben Johnson's scheme helps and everything, but I just think Caleb is starting to really find that better line between working within the system and then putting on that cape and doing what he does best, which is create off-script moments better than pretty much anyone. So I think last week, if DJ Moore held on to that one in the end zone, Roman Dunze down the sideline as well. So close to having a couple huge highlights, but really was just incredible. I mean, he had Kayvon Thibodeau in a freaking blender for 60 minutes on Sunday. So great to see from Caleb. Hopefully we get it again against better competition this week.
We have less than a minute. You got the Buckeye hat on. You got the 12-gauge jersey behind you. Who's the team you can't wait to beat in the playoffs?
Oh, playoffs. Yeah, okay. Indiana, pipe down, Indiana Hoosiers. All of a sudden thinking they're actually ready to play with the big, bad Ohio State Buckeyes. Give me a break with that. So, look, impressive win against Oregon, but come on, saying that, it was a Heisman moment there at the end against a Penn State team they had no business being that close with. Come on, guys. Julian saying for Heisman, we all know it. Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate. Nobody's slowing down this passing game. All seriousness, though, I do worry a little bit about the Bucs ground game. That is the one thing that hasn't been super consistent. Freshman Bo Jackson, he's been making some plays and everything, but when we do get into these, Michigan, Indiana, the matchup games at the end of the year, Ohio State just needs to be decent on the ground, and more weeks than not, guys, they haven't been incredible. So we'll see how that goes.
Good stuff. Ian Hartitz, no bias at all. Right down the middle. I hear you. I hear you with Indiana, though, and Mendoza. Totally agree. All right, good stuff. FantasyLife.com, iHeartIt's over on X. Make sure you check them out. We'll talk some college football, speaking of college football, with our favorite bets of the week here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Ten toes down in 20 minutes. Kelly in Vegas coming up 11 a.m. Eastern from her vacation spot. She's willing to drop by, give her favorite college football plays of the weekend. Maybe Jeff Schwartz will drop in the room behind Sam and grab his dirty earbud and talk some college football for a few minutes as well on the show. He doesn't even scrape it off. Doesn't wipe off, wax, nothing. Boom, goes right into the dome.
It's pretty clean.
We'll see.
It's very, very clean. I keep it clean.
Is the ones you use every day? Oh, there it is.
Every day,
opening.
but I make sure he's bigger than the doorway. By the way, like, did you see that?
I know he had to turn sideways. Now he's going back out. What is happening?
They can't hear
Walk
you.
on it.
Yeah, he's talking like you can hear him. There you go.
Yes.
Door jams in most places they're 7 feet tall. So I duck. I walk through and I duck like I'm just naturally ducking through doorways my entire life.
You know, this is one of the boss's favorite segments, by the way.
Until I built my own house. Now I don't have to worry about that. All my door jams are much larger than they have to be. You know, my counter is like 41 inches high. It's awesome. Standard's 36. It's great. Everyone comes over and they're like shocked at how high the counters are.
Sam, did you say the boss loved the segment?
They love when we're like this close. Like, could we get any closer?
Our bosses? Well, apparently, we need more of Jeff throughout the entire. You need him all summer.
I abstain from comment.
Okay.
Oh, Sam has his little odd screen out. I've never seen it before. What's up? Oh, look at the line movement.
Did you see? By the way, ChatGPT's number one play of the week is Oregon.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
I would be absolutely stunned if Oregon covered tomorrow night. I mean, we would probably have to cover 27-0. I just don't see any motivation tomorrow night to do anything more than run the ball 50 times and go home with a win.
Don't worry. I told Sam that Oregon did not look soft on Saturday. I'm sure you did that as well.
Thank you. But I did tell him that. But I just like tomorrow night, I don't get the 25.5. Like no one's going to be back who was hurt. It's supposed to rain, I think, again tomorrow night. We play USC in 8 days. We're going to do nothing. Minnesota has scored 0 touchdowns on the road this season in conference. Like, we're not going to try to score either. It's just going to be as ugly as can be. Get out there with a win. Don't get anyone else hurt. Get ready for USC, which is a much different team than Minnesota, obviously.
Top 5 ChatGPT plays: Oregon, Texas A&M, Michigan.
Ooh.
Michigan. Joe. We're going to take Northwestern?
No.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
All right. So Oregon, A&M, Michigan, Alabama, Utah. ChatGPT, top 5.
I like Northwestern too, but I don't. It's one of those where you just have to, like last week when I took Wisconsin, you just have to like hold your nose and hope it gets home. And I think Northwestern can do it. I think they can do it. It's a good spot.
What about that
Northwestern? I feel like.
What about that last one, Jeff? Alabama, Oklahoma.
I mean, I would lean probably to Bama here. I mean, Oklahoma just can't generate consistent offense, and you're on the road now. Oklahoma's actually played well away from home. They beat Texas right away from home. They won last week away from home, but I just don't trust their offense in a game against Alabama. I think Bama's going to score enough. Can Oklahoma scrounge together something? I mean, I don't trust teams that can't generate explosive plays on the road. I think it's really hard to win road games if you can't just have quick touchdowns. And that worries me about Oklahoma in this game.
I had one question for you because
Yes.
we haven't talked about this because you didn't go to dinner last night.
Was busy.
Wow. Notre Dame is now a 12.5-point favorite against Pitt. The Narduzzi comment, that doesn't mean anything, right?
I gotta say, if you're one of those players and you're on Pittsburgh and this is Notre Dame, it's like they're top 10 team, and Narduzzi's like, yeah, whatever, man. It's not that important. I mean, you hear it. You probably think to yourself, this guy's out of his mind. Now, does it really matter to the preparation and how you play on Saturday? I don't think so. But Pittsburgh offensively, like they're just, can they keep up is the question here. That's my 12.5 is a lot. Notre Dame's offensive line's not great, which does hurt them in some of these games on the road. But I mean, 12.5 feels like a lot of points. I don't know if I mean, the thing about this game too is like, can Notre Dame get a late Jeremiah Love touchdown where he breaks 20 tackles and scores and they cover and they win by 14? Like that's my concern about taking Pittsburgh in this one as well.
Yeah,
You take Pittsburgh?
Well, I keep
Oh, this
hearing
year,
that
but
you can't run on
yeah,
Pittsburgh.
this year.
I keep hearing you can't run on
run on them.
So, yeah, that's what
I mean,
I'm told. Like, okay,
The Irish offense is pretty good at running the football against anybody,
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah,
So we'll see.
exactly.
Be fun to watch.
Exactly.
All right, guys.
What?
Thanks, buddy.
Hi, bosses.
What
I'm
do
glad
you
like
think
the
Iowa
segment.
does? Ask them what
There you
Iowa
go.
does
Tuck it on in there.
this week.
What is Iowa going to do
Iowa-
against USC? Just yell.
I have Iowa +7, so I hope they can hold on. I don't think they win the game, but I hope they just hold on for 7.
Big USC guy right there. All right. Thank you. See you in a little bit.
He kept getting closer and closer to the screen. It was funny. Like,
I think it's hilarious. I think it's very funny.
Yeah. The bosses like it. That's what I'm told.
I made that up to make them feel good. What do you want from me?
All right, let's start with Notre Dame Pitt. You brought that game up. The Narduzzi thing was ridiculous. It feels like he's already making excuses for his team because he probably knows hell's coming to breakfast in this one. Notre Dame has no room for error. Now Pittsburgh, if you look at their schedule down the road, these last few games is going to be tough, but that also means that they're going to have opportunities here. What do you think about this number, 12.5? I do find it comical. Oh, Pittsburgh's great against the run. Well, I don't know that they faced a rushing attack like this.
I've been Notre Dame guy all season, especially on bear bets. Like, they keep pushing me towards Notre Dame, and I have a high power rating on them. And honestly, like, I'm not as high as a couple of the guys in Vegas that I talk to on a daily basis. Metcalf has them super high, very, very high. I think he's got them like 5 points worse than Ohio State on a neutral, which seems a little high to me, but I mean, Matt knows what he's doing, obviously. So all that said, as much as I love this offense, I don't think they should be laying 12.5 on the road. My true number in the game, like, just to give people an idea, I've got Notre Dame 10 points higher than Pittsburgh on a neutral, and then home field's worth at least 3 in college.
Wow.
Just is. So I have like 7, and I don't know. And I'm high on Notre Dame again. Like, I've been very, very high on this team for a long time, and I just can't get to anything north of 10. So yeah, we just put our picks in for the show, and Pitt plus 12.5 is one of my bets. It has to be from a number standpoint for me, at least.
How much did you adjust Pitt since the quarterback change?
It's been massive for them. Since they put Holstein to the pine, they've been way better at throwing the football.
Yeah.
And, the one weakness at Notre Dame is the defense. And I think their secondary can be tested. And Narduzzi's just such a good coach. I really respect him. And I don't believe a word of that we don't care if we give up 100. You don't think they want to end Notre Dame season? Give me a break. Give me a break, dude.
I know. He was trying to sell, for those that missed it, that the conference games coming up after Notre Dame are more important than the Notre Dame game. No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many of those players to take down Notre Dame, to knock Notre Dame out of the playoff. That's what this game is. I've got to believe it's a very different message that he's telling his players, and that was just for the media. And the media has been running with it. What I was alluding to, Pittsburgh, Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Miami. That's the end of the season. So it's there for them. They're just going to have to win those conference games to get their opportunity. Okay, Pitt, 12.5. It wouldn't surprise me if this continues to climb a little bit. If it touches 13, I would not be surprised by that one. Are you taking Northwestern?
No, I don't think so. I don't want to.
Yeah.
But it would be dog or pass for me in that game. That total has kind of hovered and not moved. Open 41.5, and BetMGM still has 41.5. I see Chris is down to 40. It's a dog or under game for me, I would think, but I don't love it. I don't know how much higher it's going to go either, because we're already now 12.5. Very similar line with Michigan and Notre Dame both being about 11.5, 12.5, although I see Circa's now got Michigan at 13. Maybe Derek was like, move it up a little bit. Let's write some Northwestern bets because, Derek's a big Michigan guy. No, I probably won't bet it. You?
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm just not interested. Like you said, it's Northwestern, or I'm just walking away. There's a little concern about the backfield injuries from Michigan, but they still have a strong rushing attack, and they're great at stopping the run as well. Underwood's improved as the season moved along, which is something that we expected, but there's just other games that I have more interest in. Here's a theme that is popping to me, and they're similar numbers. We've got defenses on the road catching a lot of points. Are you interested in any of these road defenses hitting the road catching points? Oklahoma,
Texas,
and then Iowa. There's Iowa too.
Oh.
Yeah.
My favorite play of the weekend is Texas. So let me just take it there.
Okay.
I love good defenses catching points. And one of my favorite bets that I've made this season was when did we take 7 or 6.5 with Florida when Florida took on this very Texas team. But the one thing you have to understand with Texas is that you rarely catch them in this role. They're rarely underdogs to begin with. And when they are dogs, they're not catching almost 7, right? I mean, they're usually +3 or +4.5. You can take at BetMGM right now, which is one of the best numbers in the world, 6.5 at -110. I don't think we're getting to 7, Joe. I don't.
No.
I see some sharper Vegas books at 6. The Titans, Circa, Superbook, South Point, all at 6. They've kind of fought around the 6 offshore. I see a couple 6s, like Buckeyes got a 6 right now. Pinnacle was 6 the other day. I don't think we're getting to 7, and I'm happy with 6.5. I think this coaching staff catching points, it's a lot to do with Sark in this role, and I think Georgia's defense can be had. Georgia's not going to run the ball. They're not going to run over Texas like they did against Mississippi State. It's not going to happen. So you give me this undervalued Texas team catching almost a touchdown, yeah, I'm in every time.
Yep. I totally agree with you. A lot of people I hear keep bringing up last year with Georgia. How many times do we have to say how this is a different team? This is not the same Georgia team as last year, and referencing what happened in that season twice. Like, no, I'm not buying that. A couple other ones. I mentioned Iowa. We were talking with Jeff about the Iowa-Oregon game, and then it's funny because USC is playing Iowa this weekend, and they've got Oregon next week. Don't know that they're looking ahead, but you want to talk about contrasting styles here. You've got this USC offense going up against this Iowa defense. We know USC certainly plays a lot better at home, but that's a lot of points, and there are 7s in this game. So those are available if you want to take the dog with the Hawkeyes.
I get it. I'm a little nervous about Iowa's inability to play catch up. I mean, obviously Iowa's a very good defense, as you've alluded to, but I think USC's offense has the ability to just get ahead early, and then you got to force Iowa to play from behind. Now, Iowa was able to come back a couple times against Oregon. It's not to say that they can't, but now you put them on the road. They just covered. They played the game of their season, fell flat. It's just not a great spot in my mind. So I understand it. Like, I'm not running to the window to lay USC, but I have my concerns about Iowa losing by like 13, 14 points.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you. You brought up the point earlier in the week. They got to play at their pace. It's got to be a lower scoring game, and the high total touching nearly 50 scares you a little bit, but USC can't stop the run, and Iowa can run the ball. So if they're not falling behind 2-3 scores, they can play at their pace, they can run the football. I do like Iowa's chances there. So maybe it's a live option. You want to see the pace of that game and how it's going. Oklahoma, Bama, 6. Defense is catching points. Well, Oklahoma's a defense. They're catching points. It's not the same Mateer. I know people want to say he's getting healthier, he's getting better. We're not seeing him use his legs like he did early on. I think that there's a little concern there about an injury. What do you think about Bama Sooners?
I didn't get there either way. Selfishly, I would love Ty Simpson to throw 4 touchdown passes. That's all I want, Paul. That's all I want. Ty Simpson, fly.
Yeah.
Need it.
If he does it in this game, he's going to climb. I don't know that he's the second favorite, but that number is certainly going to get a lot shorter. You do it this game, high-profile matchup at home, one of the top defenses. Yeah, you're going to have people's attention. You better do it this week because next week's Eastern Illinois. Don't think
8 touchdowns.
Help his
8
case.
touchdowns.
Yeah, 8 touchdowns, and nobody's going to see any of them. Joe O, Sammy P, 10 toes going down next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Here we go. Hottest takes right now where we stand on this Thursday. 10 toes go down, and we tell you where we are at. Everybody on the show jumps in, I think. I forgot. I don't know. It's been a while. I don't remember. Did we do 10 toes down last week? I don't even remember. No? Yes?
Oh, 10 toes down. Sam's mic is off. Yeah, Joe, this is the bit that made Gertch famous with all his
We skipped it
takes.
1 week, I think.
Oh, we
just
definitely
weren't in
skipped.
a place.
I think there was a certain week. Yeah, we skipped. We were like, yeah, we're not doing that.
So we did do it last week though, because I found out that I had nudged my mic there, Paul. So I did shut that off.
Here we go.
The red button?
Accidentally.
Did you push the button?
Yeah. Pushed a lot of buttons recently. So last week was when Gertch told us that Marquette was going to smoke Indiana, and Indiana dropped 100. Right. Yeah.
And I knew it. I was like, I'm going to forget to make this bet because the line wasn't up at the moment. He was giving out props. Like, yeah, I forgot if those hit or not. But I forgot about the Gertch one. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Paul, we said Cardinals money line. How'd that go?
Did we? Huh, weird.
Yeah, we
kind of forgot about that.
Oh, damn.
What was mine? What was mine? I can't remember what mine was. Probably Oregon not covering against Iowa, I think. But I don't remember.
But Sam did remind me the other day, I did hit one with Penn State losing 6 games in a row. We got there, right, this week? Yep, 6 straight losses.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Mendoza got you there.
Yep, hopefully it continues
You know what,
at
Joe?
Michigan State. Yeah.
I think you still got a second half of football that could start this weekend of the football season where Sam Darnold morphs into Sam Darnold. I'm just saying. You might not be dead on that one yet.
Really? Oh, yeah. Maybe I have one about Sam Darnold coming up in a couple of moments.
Oh, no.
Sam Panayotovich, 10 toes down. What you got?
Ole Miss is going to blow the doors off Florida. Yes. We've discussed this already this week. We talked about it a little bit on Monday. There are some things at Florida that people don't know about yet. I heard white flag on Monday. I think you're going to see some players opt out. It's not really all that public yet. I don't know how many players, but there's a lot going on there. They just lost their 6th game. They've already fired the coach. The quarterback's been awful. There's not much effort in Gainesville right now. And they just played Kentucky and lost 38-7. Lane has been waiting for this game a full calendar year. Lane with revenge is a dangerous dude. His team is so much better. This number got blasted from 13.5 to like 16.5. Now, people did take back a little bit. These people don't know what's going on. They're betting numbers. I also think there's this part, too, that isn't being considered enough. Florida wants Lane. Like, they definitely want Lane Kiffin to be their next head coach. Mm-hmm. How much would Lane love to avenge last season's loss and just beat the doors off Florida to where Florida gives him as much money as he wants? Like, this is a perfect storm for Lane Kiffin. 42-17, 48-17, something like that. Ole Miss rolls Florida this Saturday.
Yeah, that kept him out of the playoff last year. And then to come back this year, you know what I can do? Watch this. And then they give him everything. He gets all the power, all the money. I don't know that he's going to be getting that with a lot of the other offers that he's going to be getting. But, yes, he wants this. Citadel, he did nothing last week. Like, last couple of weeks, shown nothing. I'm with you, Sam. I think that's a strong
Run
one.
It up.
14.5.
Run it up, too. Third, fourth quarter, step on their neck. Yeah, suffocate them. It's over.
Yeah, I might have to look up alt, and I never do that. But this might be a particular instance where you might want to do that. All right, I didn't even mean to do this, but here we are. Let's talk Seahawks-Rams. The Rams are a 3-point favorite So let's talk about this Rams team that has Matthew Stafford as the co-favorite for the MVP that people are jumping in on. And Sam has them power rated the number 1 team. I put them number 2, so I'm high on them as well. But has anybody taken a step back and taken a look at who the Rams are actually playing? Have they beaten a good team this year? I know they've lost to Philly and San Francisco. Have they beaten a good team? Oh, Baltimore, they're good. I know the bad record, but they're going to be in the playoff. They're going to win their division. Hold on, they didn't face Lamar that week. It was Cooper Rush week. It was Tyler Huntley week. Last week, San Francisco, oh, they're good. Really? All their top players on defense are out. Before that, it was New Orleans. Before that, international game against Jacksonville. Where are the great wins from the Rams? The vaunted Rams, unstoppable Rams. Where are they? I don't know. Here's what I do know. I know Seattle's just as good as them, and they're getting 3. Seattle is the best road team in the league. This goes over a couple years, ever since McDonald got there. The numbers are through the roof. It's not even close. There's just this wide gap between Seattle on the road and then everybody else. Seattle wins against the LA Rams as a 3-point dog. Game of the week. You got 2 of the best records in the game, both teams 7-2, the 2 best ATS records in the NFL. Can't wait for this showdown, and Seattle wins outright. All this talk about the better coach, the better quarterback. No. I think people are misguided on that one a little bit. So let me take Seattle to win in the game of the week. Paul?
You know where I've got to go. Chiefs, Broncos. Bo Nix. Let's look at where he is in EPA plus CPOE composite. He's in the same neighborhood as Caleb Williams, who's played all right recently. Spencer Rattler, a broken Jaden Daniels, Tua, Kyler. So here's my question. How do the Broncos get to 20 points this weekend? Number's 20.5. Now it's minus 130 to the under. So, and you look at the Chiefs, and we don't want to be box score warriors, but you look at some of the best teams they've played. Eagles, 2017. Ravens, Ravens have been up and down, obviously. 37-20. Lions, 17 points. They're skunking teams like the Raiders, the Commanders. Look, the Bills put up 28. Jags put up 31. But you look at this Broncos offense, they're best. They're doing great in fourth quarters. They have fourth quarter outbursts against the Giants, against the Eagles. They're doing full 3 quarters at a time where they can't do anything. And we all watched Thursday night against the Raiders where they put up a grand total of 10 points. So we'll go alts. Speaking of alts, under 17.5, plus 124. Obviously, shop around to get the best price. I am tempted to ladder Broncos unders, but we'll go 17.5 under plus 125.
All right. There you go. Fading Bo Nix in the spot against the Kansas City Chiefs coming off the bye. Jake Hassan, 10 toes down. What you got?
I had 2. My first one was actually going to be with Joe on the Seahawks. I also think they win outright. Sidebar, did anyone see what Cooper Kupp said about the tribute video that the Rams are making for him? Apparently he goes, I'm not dead. Why are you making me a tribute video? I'm still very alive. So that just made me laugh.
Haven't seen him this year. Anyway, go on.
I mean, exactly. He was at the press conference and fully talking, so I guess that means he is alive. I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, Seahawks win. I'm with you on that one. Second one, this is very stupid and maybe buying too much into the witch factor of the Etsy healing spell for Joe Burrow. I think the Bengals win this week and back the bus over the dead Aaron Rodgers and give me the Bengals to win the division. Still have to play the Ravens twice. Burrow comes back in a couple weeks. Let's rock at a huge number. Gave it out on Tuesday while you guys were out. Let's go. Bengals, Moon, Tiger Moon.
Oh, no, I'm concerned. Jake's agreeing with me way too much. Seattle money line and Bengals division. I talked about that as well. Oh, man. Okay. It's what everybody's been waiting for. We don't have to go through the list. It's a legendary list. You know about the list. Brian Gertch, 10 toes down. Which team are you a fan of? Are you going to trash
a White Sox hat?
Yeah. All right, boys.
Oh, boy.
I think we alluded to this one a couple weeks ago, and I think that we all knew that it was coming. And let's go with the Chicago White Sox 500-1 to win the World Series. 10 toes down. Chicago White Sox 2026 World Series champions. 500-1. Get it while it's hot.
No. It's not. Nope.
Worst
Courage.
record.
Nope.
Yeah.
We need something
how
to
do we
fade.
fade this?
Okay, so worst record?
Worst record. Well, I mean, their win totals have
place?
not been released yet, so otherwise I would go over. But alas.
Why?
I think they're going to open it like 60.
Because I couldn't think of anything else today, Joe. How about that?
I knew it. Just say that.
Damn.
I do have a pretty hot movie take.
Sure.
Yes, yesterday I watched for the very first time the movie Heat with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro.
Oh, you're gonna hate it.
Boy, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh
I
my
knew
God.
he was going to
Stop.
hit it.
One of the worst movies I have watched in a
Such a
long
millennial,
time.
Gertz.
It
You're
is held up
insane,
by
man.
two of the famous scenes hold up the entire movie: the shootout and the diner
Yes.
scene between De Niro and Pacino.
Right.
The whole plot didn't make any sense. Way too many names to try to follow along with. I had no clue what was going on.
Too many characters.
Who's that? Exactly, Paul. Who was that? I had to look.
The guy
up
with the
as I was-
scraggly little hair. Scumbag.
I absolutely hated it. Trash.
Scumbag move.
Heat? That was
Man,
released
that's disappointing.
30
Like
years ago.
88.
But is it disappointing because it's so up Gertch's alley? We all knew where that was going. So
Yeah, it's a cult
Everybody likes
classic. Hates it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Gertch hates it. Yeah, it's too cool. He's too cool for the room.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
out.
man,
But he
Joe,
likes
Natalie
pineapple
Portman's
on
character
pizza,
comes out of
probably.
nowhere. Don't waste your time. Absolute trash.
Did you have fun at the basketball game?
Yeah, great time. You got to win.
Don't waste
Which
your
you said
time on
would
a
not
movie that
happen.
came out 37 years ago, he said.
Yes. Okay. We won't waste our time. Thank you, Gertch. Kelly in Vegas drops by from her vacation. We'll get her favorite college football plays of the week. Joe, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every week on the show, Kelly in Vegas, kind enough to drop by no matter where she is in the world. Follow her on social media at Kelly in Vegas. We'll get to our favorite college football plays of the week. KIV, where you at? Let the people know.
Yeah, in Aruba this week. Exciting stuff, and shout out to you guys for being flexible. So I can have tomorrow off with Ariel Epstein. It should be a fun last day in the Caribbean. Let's leave it at that.
I feel like she's been there since October. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. She has been here since Halloween. She just yelled from the other room.
I feel like every week the newsletter says on vacation, mid-major Matt has got you.
Mid-major Matt's newsletter. He's just completely taken over. It's his newsletter now.
So let me give you full credit on this. You were the first person to tell me to bet Ole Miss on Sunday, and you told me at 13.5. Now that number's been sort of all over the place. It got to 17 on Sunday night. Like, it just got blasted. And there's been some resistance. They bet it back to 14. Then it got laid again. It's like 14.5, 15 here. Lane could just blow them out, right? Like, that's what I said in the last segment. I think Lane's going to go to town on them. Florida stinks. The coach is fired. There's a lot of drama there in Gainesville. You're thinking blowout too, huh?
You know, it's interesting, Sammy, because I had this conversation with this woman the other night. We're sitting at the tiki bar, and she's like, oh, my God, my son loves to gamble. You know, like, what do you do? How do you get? And I said, listen, I get lots of great information. It doesn't mean it's always correct, and it doesn't mean that the opposite team is automatically going to blow out a team, right? Like when I upset all of Notre Dame fandom by saying Jeremiah Love's foot got ran over by a golf cart at practice. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. And then he rushed for almost 200 yards the next game. So all of the information in the world is great, right? We got the best of the number. I did think about it at 17. I thought, okay, at 17.5, I'm going to come back. I got a 4-point middle. I'm going to come back a little bit on the other side. I bet a little too much. Too many margaritas at the tiki bar says maybe you went a little ham on Sunday night on this Ole Miss line. But the reality is there's a lot of NFL players or potential NFL players on that Florida Gators team. Rumors are coming out of Gainesville. Some of those guys want to sit out. They're not happy about the season. There's a lot of kids talking about transferring, right? There's some kids that can take medical red shirts. We just saw that last week with Dylan Edwards in K-State. 6 weeks in, 7 weeks in, you haven't played. You're like, hey, I'm hightailing it out of here. So that's the kind of information we're getting out of there. Lane, yeah, I think Lane's going to want to prove a message here. Remember, he was the front runner for the same Florida job. I like Ole Miss minus the points. I played him in all the contests this week, as well as laying the 13.5 for a pretty sizable amount. And the reason why I did that is no different than why I had the Eagles and a bunch of teasers on Monday Night Football, because I knew I could come back and I could bet the other side if I needed to lay some of it off. If it gets too high, I may do so. But right now, we're in a good position.
What about Michigan Northwestern playing at Wrigley Field on Saturday?
Man, I went really back and forth on if I was going to get to the window with Northwestern, right? The reality is this team is fertility U. They are so frustrating. I know a lot of people that had them at USC last Friday night, and I would say that final score might have been a little controversial, right? I know a lot of Northwestern backers thought they should have covered that game. But now, as you mentioned, this game is in Wrigley Field, so it's kind of hard to say that the home team has covered 5 straight in the series, because they have. Is this going to be a home team for Northwestern? No, I think it's going to be a 50-50 crowd. And I battled really hard with saying, can Northwestern win this game? And ultimately, I landed on, yes, they can. The Wolverines, sure, 7-2 straight up, but they're just 3-6 against the spread. And here I've been waiting all season long for this Bryce Underwood breakout game. I just don't see it being this week. Northwestern, great defense, very good at limiting explosive plays on offense. I think a low-scoring affair bodes well for the double-digit underdog, and just a little tiny sprinkle on the money line in case they shock the world and beat the Wolverines.
This is such a Kelly in Vegas spot. I love when you do this. You take a team that was favored and didn't cover, and now they're a dog, and nobody wants to bet them. Arizona's catching 6 at Cincinnati. This is a KIV sweet spot.
Yeah, it is. And look, Bearcats, what did they do? They lost to Utah, then had a bye week. And this is a different Bearcats team than we've seen the team that joined the Big 12, right? I don't want to take away from anything that Scott Satterfield has done here. But as a home favorite, he's just 4-7 against the spread. Coming off a straight up and non-cover loss. Remember, they just got blown out to Utah, 45-14. They're 2-12 against the spread. This is not a team that now is almost a touchdown favorite here at home that I'm looking to lay it with. This is a U of A team who's averaging 104 more yards than their opponents per game. Those things tend to add up, right? The more you outgain your opponent, the better chance you have to win. We know that they have a great defense. Fafita has not had exactly the year that we thought he would, but Sorsby looks really, really solid. And that is where the rubber's going to meet the road. I hope the Wildcats can go in and spring the upset, but I really like them here to cover.
About Penn State, are they ever going to win? It's now 6 straight losses. They're a 7-point favorite, though, at Sparty.
Yeah, of course they are. I took 7.5. There is still some available. So find that hook because, look, it is ultimately going to be really tough. I love Jonathan Smith as an underdog. I've been coming on your guys' show for years saying the exact same thing. But here's the problem. How do you, as Penn State, who nearly ruined Indiana's perfect season last week, get up to go to East Lansing and get excited for this game? What a gut-wrenching loss. Yes, tons of other losses that have just derailed the season. That UCLA game, I don't see how they bounce back here. Again, 37 home games, 24-13 against the spread. Sparty as an underdog of 10 or less, 18-6 in their last 24. I love this team catching points here at home. No one's going to want to probably even bet this game. But how in the world can you lay it with Penn State here?
I will not. It will not happen for me. I also will not lay it with LSU. Just a weird team right now. Obviously, a lot of things have changed. Brian Kelly's gone. I love the negotiation where they're trying to give him less money, and he keeps saying no. He wants the whole buyout, and he should get it. LSU's getting some money against. This is 5 offshore, 5.5 offshore. There are some 6s, though. You like the Razorbacks, huh?
Yeah, Razorbacks weren't a big enough dog for me to put in my parlay, but I do think that they can win this game. Look, they're 0-5 in the SEC, 2-7. Yet, if you look at some of their power ratings, they're a pretty good team. It's really unfortunate that Sam Pittman could not get this team turned around. But now Bobby Petrino's back in there as an interim head coach. Let's see what they can do. This is an LSU team who I think a lot of people, by all intents and purposes, thought that they had a chance to win the SEC, thought that they had a chance to win the national championship. And there I am going, what are you guys seeing? I don't trust Brian Kelly. Finally, Brian Kelly gets fired. They lose last week after taking money versus Alabama. They don't care about this Arkansas team. This line is just a smidge too high. I think it should be closer to 3.5. I think Arkansas here, not only playing because they want to play for Bobby Petrino, has a chance to finally win an SEC game. That's a big deal for teams like this.
Virginia finally got caught, Kelly. So now let's change the roles here. They're a dog at Duke. What do you think?
Yeah, last week, what did I tell you guys? UConn got it for us because maybe Duke got caught looking ahead after they beat Clemson. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. I thought hey, this is going to be a dogfight. And if UConn doesn't choke it away like they did to us at Syracuse, no, UConn covered wire to wire. What an easy win for a double-digit underdog. Now Duke back at home. Virginia's here on the road. I was shocked to see this line come out this high. Full disclosure, I don't want to go as far to say as the wrong team is favored here because Duke is back at home. But this is a Cavaliers team that, by all intents and purposes, was the ACC frontrunner there for a couple of weeks. Getting derailed a little bit to Wake Forest doesn't mean that much. Maybe they got caught looking ahead here. But Manny Diaz, are you kidding me? As a favorite? Awful. Just dating back to his days in Miami. We know this is a guy you want to fade. 11-16 against the spread versus ranked opponents. 0-6 when that is November or later in the season. I don't understand why everybody's just so down on Virginia since losing that weight game last week, but I'm going to take the points here. I didn't put them in my parlay. I wish they were a little bit bigger of an underdog, but they know that they're going to take money if they make this team a touchdown underdog here, especially with the number 22 ranking behind it. Does Virginia deserve to be ranked number 22 in the country? Probably not. Are they going to beat Duke here on Saturday? I think so.
Speaking of awful as a favorite, Carolina is now 0-11. Last 11 games as a favorite. They lose again last week as a favorite against the Saints, but now they're back in the role that we like, the dog role at Atlanta.
Yeah, and look, I think you turn on the TV, Sammy. What are we going to see? Every single talking head talk about this revenge angle for the 30-0 that knocked a whole bunch of people out of Survivor there with the Falcons. But my good friends at the Gold Sheet, hand up, I did not like the NFL this week at all. Hardly any games I liked, and so I had to dig deep. So I made some phone calls, and here was one that I thought was a really crazy stat. So Falcons just lost to the Indianapolis Colts in Berlin. That's their fourth straight loss. But Atlanta elected not to use their bye week. So neither did the Browns, neither did the Jets, and neither did the Broncos. Browns, after losing that game in London, they scored 9 points, stayed under the total by a touchdown. Jets, after playing in London, they scored 6 points and stayed under the total by 21 points. And then, of course, we remember that Broncos team that was held scoreless for 3 quarters before that miraculous comeback against the Giants. So you've got 11 quarters of a sample size of teams that elected not to take their bye week after playing across the pond. I liked Carolina already here, but an unrested Atlanta squad laying points, I just don't see it here. I like this Carolina team. I would not be surprised to see a just awful low-scoring game between these two where Carolina comes out on top.
A couple more minutes with Kelly in Vegas. So the Bills get smoked last week by the Dolphins, just embarrassed. They were never really in that game. Turnovers, all their best players looked awful. Are they going to bounce back? Now they get the Bucs. So you got both of these teams coming off a loss. The number's 5.5.
Yeah, 5.5 is my favorite line in the NFL. Why do 5.5-point dogs seem to have resurgent fourth quarter comebacks more than any other spread is? I don't know. But it is such a trap line here. You've got Buffalo 0-3 against the spread as a home favorite this season. And dating back to October of last year, 9-12 against the spread as a home favorite. And you want to lay points with this team without Dalton Kincaid. I don't know what is going on with this NFL offense. If you watch, why aren't they using Josh Allen as a quarterback? They're just, all they want to do is run the football, and defensive coordinators have kind of figured that out. And if the Bucs defensive coordinator can figure it out because they're number one in rushing success rate, I think Baker Mayfield and this offense can score enough points to beat the Bills. I do have a little caveat with Baker. We all know he gets a little careless with the football, and that is kind of my one asterisk here. If he throws a pick six, fumbles late, obviously that's not going to bode well for us. But I think the Bucs can go into Buffalo and absolutely win this football game.
Survivor Kelly tonight on the Patriots, just all in, full send.
So double pick week at Splash. We have another revival for those of you that got knocked out, splashsports.com/Kelly in Vegas. Double pick week starts in the $2.5 million big splash guarantee. We're going to go Patriots. The second one I'm really torn on. Listen, Brett said, hey, I want to use Patriots Ravens. I said, okay, fine. That makes me nauseous. I look at Ariel. I'm like, they're going to lose to the Browns, aren't they? I would like to think not. 26-7, John Harbaugh is against rookie quarterbacks, but those 7, that it's a possibility it could turn into 8, right? It's not like he's perfect against rookie quarterbacks and Dylan Gabriel. The other ones I considered, but another 5.5-point spread is Aaron Rodgers and the abysmal Steelers getting revenge from the Bengals from earlier in the season, which is nauseating to say out loud. Texans, road favorite in the division against the abysmal Titans. What could possibly go wrong there after their crazy upset win? And I call it upset because they were down at least 3 scores from my account here in Aruba. And, the last one, the Vikings. I don't know if I could take, like, you guys were talking about Caleb Williams earlier. I don't think that the Bears are as good as they've appeared the last couple weeks. But if I take the Vikings, the Bears will win that football game. So, yes, we're going full send on the Patriots. But, yes, I still have a lot of work to do to change that second pick come kickoff on Sunday.
All right, you've got this $100,000 guarantee one up. $500 an entry. You think it's going to fill?
I don't think so. I was kind of hitting the panic button this morning. I sent out some emails. I think we're going to have a pretty sizable overlay. I get it. It's late in the season. People are getting nervous. I think that how about this? If the Patriots lose tonight, it's going to fill because there's going to be so much dead money in the pool because so many people are going to use the Patriots. If the Patriots win tonight, I don't think it's going to fill. I bet there's at least a $15,000 to $20,000 overlay come Sunday morning.
All right, fine. I'll join. Thanks, Kelly. Enjoy the rest of your stay.
Thanks,
guys. Kelly in Vegas with us every week here on Bet Sweats. On the other side, live dogs and teasers for this week in the NFL. Keep it here.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. You know, obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old, and I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Do I need to backsell it? Like, that's Jameis. Jameis Winston, he's hyped. He's in a good mood. He's going to be starting on Sunday for the New York Football Giants as a 7-point dog against the Green Bay Packers, which is viewed as a top team, but man, are they struggling. That offense has not looked good over the last couple of weeks. Welcome back, Joe O. Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats lightning bets in about 20 minutes. We're going to read something that we found quite amusing coming up. Jameis wearing number 19, and there he is singing, I guess that was Hamilton. Have you seen Hamilton?
No, I have not, unfortunately.
Same. I'm guessing the show is 0 for 5. Has anybody on the show seen Hamilton?
There's a chance Gertch has seen it.
He's going to say it's too expensive. Anybody?
No. To the dismay of my music teacher mother, I have not seen Hamilton yet.
Wow. That feels personal, Paul.
No,
good call on
it's
Gertch.
a bad job by me. Gertch has seen it, of course. All right.
He said
I knew it. I
saw the
knew
movie.
it.
He's the most
and he
cultured
saw
of
it
any
live.
of us. He doesn't like
he saw the movie,
but
and he saw it live, and he says it's very, very good. Something's wrong here.
That's true.
Something's
He's with
wrong.
the
This is
crowd.
very popular. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't think he's seen it.
He's probably an Aaron Burr guy. He's definitely an Aaron Burr guy.
Man, I'm surprised actually.
I'm
Jake,
not at
there's
all.
no chance, Jake.
No
chance,
there's
Jake,
not a
but-
chance in hell Jake has seen Hamilton.
Yeah, unless he's gonna cuss out the cab driver on the way over there. Like, no, he ain't going.
He's not getting
That's
in the
not
cab.
happening.
He's going to walk. He's not getting in the
Prudential-
cab. He'd rather,
I think the
he'd
Prudential
rather
building's
hoof
as
it.
close as Jake gets to the theater district, probably. That's my guess.
Really?
Gertch adding that Hamilton much better than Heat in the chat.
Which one's longer?
I can't argue it because I haven't seen Hamilton, but I've heard.
I've not seen Hamilton.
Very good.
I've seen The Greatest Showman. I feel like those are similar. I did like that one. Jackman was great in The Greatest Showman.
Okay.
I think that's the name of the movie, right? The Greatest Showman, maybe?
Is
Question
that the
mark.
one with the pink song?
I don't know what the pink song is.
Pink Pony
That
Club?
seems like a what? Never mind.
It's on the soundtrack. Anyways,
I
Yes.
don't know. Where were we? Jameis.
Jameis.
This happened last year. This was the show that we did in Chicago when the microphone impaled my computer. Remember? And my computer was broken for like 2 weeks. But what did we do when we sat there Friday at the Pru? We talked about the Browns money line with Jameis against the Ravens. And it happened. And then we flipped on him the next week when everybody was like, Jameis, ah! And then they lost and everything went back to normal. I love betting this guy. Like in this spot, that first game, because everybody buys in and everybody falls for it. He's the most electrifying quarterback because he could throw 3 touchdowns or he could throw 3 pick sixes. You know, like it's really a sense of how many times does he throw the ball to the other team? And with Green Bay, they do bring a lot of pressure, and obviously they have Micah Parsons. But I think that first Jameis game is always worth a taste. And at +7, I just submitted my Chicago Media 5. It's in my 5, and I will probably sprinkle a little bit on the money line, just because I feel like you have Jameis, you have Kafka. There's a lot to like when you have 2 new forces working together. And the number is 7. At 7, it's a bet for me. Anything less, nope, I'm not in. But at 7, it's a bet.
Okay, so to your point, that Baltimore game, that was his first start of the year. 27 for 41, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Phenomenal.
Yep.
After that, loss. The next week, it was 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Hilarious.
I remember fighting with
Yeah.
somebody on Twitter about this. I vividly remember I was at Total Wine. I was in my car. I had just bought a bunch of booze, and I was sitting in my car fighting with somebody on Twitter who was telling me that Jameis is a good quarterback. And I quite literally went to his Football Reference page and showed how many games under 500 he was as a starter. And there's a big enough of a sample size, but people go JMO crazy. They go JMO crazy with Jameis Winston. Like after that first win, the shark is leapt like way too far. And that will happen again. If the Giants can pull this off, you're going to hear some of the most outlandish, moronic takes about Jameis Winston, who is quite literally an average quarterback in the NFL. But it's that first Jameis game. You have to know, Joe. It's like that big poker hand. You get all the chips, and then you get the hell out. You don't keep betting. It's one hand. You see if you got it, and then you're out.
Okay, let's go 2 years ago, because 2023, he did not have a start. Let's go to 2022. He's in New Orleans, week number 1. At Atlanta, they win 27-26. Jameis, 269, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 8 yards per attempt. Let's go before that. His first game, he's still in New Orleans. They're hosting Green Bay. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. The next week, he had no touchdowns and 2 picks and a loss to Carolina. They beat Green Bay 38-3. Next week, they lose to Carolina 26-7. That's the Jameis experience.
It's magical. We just joked about Hamilton and The Greatest Showman. It's freaking magic in the first game. And then it all comes back. It all regresses to what he really is. He's a fun guy. He did some work with us with Fox. He was awesome. He was walking around New Orleans, eating dubs. I mean, he's hilarious. He's an awesome dude. He's an average quarterback, though. Look at his career record. 36-51 as a starter. That's who he is. That's who he is. But that first start, I don't know what it is about that first Jameis start every year.
Yeah. Should we just take them as a dog and start pairing them with other dogs? Like, this is our wheel. We're hooking things to the Giants. Is that where we're at?
Are you saying money line or +7?
Oh, I'm saying money line.
I cooked something up.
Right.
Based off
All
this
right,
conversation.
Chef. Hit us, Chef.
Yes, Chef. Giants money line, 250 plus for Jameis, 3+ touchdowns, 22-1.
Oh, that's a bet. That's a bet you make. If you put a unit on that, it is worth the risk.
I want to talk about correlating. I mean, he has to have a big game for them to win, to have a chance to win.
And then
now
you could probably do the inverse, where you could do Packers by 17 plus, Jameis 2 picks, no touchdowns.
Picks.
You know, like, because it's a game of extremes with him. That's why he's a backup in the league, because he's not consistent. He's either really, really good or really, really bad. There's really not that middle ground.
If, again, throwing it out to the group, if you do 300 plus yards, it goes up to 45-1. Like we want to take this angle, but like, how far do you go with it? Do you go conservative and go 2+ touchdowns, 250 yards on the money line, or do you go 3+ touchdowns, 300 yards on the money line?
You're the chef, Paul, on this one. I mean, it was your idea.
Yeah.
I think 250 and 3 touchdowns is.
I think that might
I would
be
hate for you
splitting it.
I would hate for you to have the Giants win. He throws for 296 and 3 touchdowns, and you're like,
yeah.
You say something that I can't say on the show,
Right.
right? Like, you just look up at the heavens and yell. We all know where I'm going. Like, if he doesn't get the 300 and that's the only leg that doesn't hit, how mad are you going to be?
Yeah, if everything else makes sense. All right. Next week, Giants go to Detroit.
And get that walloped.
Annihilated.
I mean, you just run all day. They're going to run all day on the Giants. They're going to run for 300 yards in that game.
Yeah, that'll be Gibbs, Montgomery, right down your suck hole. Like all game. Just all game. Pow.
Yep. I like it. All right, other live dogs for this week. Sam's not buying
Don't even
Chicago.
I knew you were going to say Chicago.
Chicago.
Okay, go ahead. Sell me this pen.
No, Seattle, I 10 toes down. That's one. We're all the way in on the Giants, and then I know you're not in on Seattle. You like the Rams this week. I'm in on Seattle.
I lean. I'm not going to get there.
Really?
I don't think. No, I'm
not at 3.
I'm not there. Nope, not anymore. I'm
Okay.
good.
Is there another live dog that you like this week?
I would love to bet Denver, man. I really would. I look at the injury report and everybody's healthy for the Chiefs. Like everybody's healthy but Pacheco. That's the only notable guy that didn't practice, and he's a 0 to me anyways. Like I don't get the heebie-jeebies because Isaiah Pacheco isn't playing. They've got enough on offense. Their line is getting healthier. Trey Smith is practicing. Josh Simmons is at practice now. You know, the left tackle who went AWOL, he was at practice. Karlaftis at practice. Reed off the bye. I mean, like, it's the perfect injury report for Kansas City. And I don't think they're that good, but they're still good enough to beat Denver by 1 score, right? Win by 6, win by 7. I want to get there so bad, man, but I think I'd rather swallow the knife.
Is the Bengals defense so bad that even Aaron Rodgers is going to put 30 plus on them?
Are you saying?
Because if they don't, I like Bengals. Yeah, if they don't, I like them outright.
I mean, Rodgers will be throwing target practice. I mean, if there's one defense that's medicine for a bad offense, it's Cincinnati or Chicago or Dallas. Yep. I know you like the Bengals. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like
last
the
3
Steelers.
Flacco games, 42 points, 38 points, 33 points. Yeah, their offense has been outstanding with him. And it's just a matter of can you get some stops? Can Cincinnati get some stops? I was beyond unimpressed on Sunday night. But obviously, Bengals defense versus the Chargers is a different story.
I just saw a text that I wish I didn't see. It just completely threw me off. Got to keep that window minimized on the computer there. I'm not reading the text. Don't worry. I'll read it during the break. Where was I? Live dogs. I'm with you on the Bengals. It's Bengals or pass for me. The other dog that I thought about was Jacksonville +3. This is that role that I've just always noticed. There's always been this faction of people that bet the NFL professionally and do it well, that fade the Chargers when they're laying points on the road. They've done it for 15 years. And here we go. Look ahead number was 1. Now we're at 3. You're going to Jacksonville. Duval laying a field goal. I know some guys that took 3 that I respect a ton. So it's something that you have to at least consider when you see guys that win in the NFL. This is that sweet spot. Fade the Chargers on the road, and you get the full 3 plus the 3.
Yeah, I'm looking to fade the Chargers just in general because of that offensive line. And don't get it twisted. What happened on Sunday night was what we were expecting, with no offensive line and Herbert under pressure and taking sacks. That happened. The problem was the Steelers couldn't do anything offensively. So we were on Steelers plus, at least I was on Steelers +3 in that one. It looked horrible, but the handicap still came through. It just wasn't enough to decide the game because Pittsburgh couldn't do anything offensively. I would still be looking to fade the Chargers moving forward. I think they're going to fall off in the second half of the year. It just depends on the opponent and whether or not they can pressure the quarterback. Any teasers? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
Short list of teasers for me. I only saw 2 that I'm interested in. How about you?
I do like the Eagles in the game, but man, teasing Detroit to 8.5 seems pretty enticing, doesn't it? On Sunday night.
Yes, sir. I did that. Yep. Detroit +8.5, and I was looking at Baltimore -1.5. That's really it for me.
And the Giants to plus 13. Kidding.
Don't need
Kidding.
it.
Kidding.
Money line.
Kidding. I mean, Jacksonville up. Jacksonville from 3 to 9, 2.5 to 8.5, getting it through 7. I think that's solid. Wink, wink.
Well, the funny thing is, Giants are either winning or they're losing by 30. So
yeah, I'm not.
It is
I'm
not a
teasing
team
the
you want to
Giants.
tease. Definitely not.
No, you just money line them.
Yes, correct. Lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Thursday. We'll have some plays for Thursday Night Football next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A lot of work to do. Lightning bets. We've got to find out what is happening with the room to open Week 11, Thursday Night Football. What people are expecting to be a blowout, but we've certainly said that before when it comes to Thursday night, and then we get quite different results. But first, we want to read you something. Sam's going to read this. I'll just say this, Sam. There are some people that get this show. Someone reached out. They definitely get this show.
Absolutely. Before I read the review, I wanted to read a funny tweet that we got yesterday, too, from Megan, who listens to our show all the time. She replied to a Bet Sweats tweet of our podcast yesterday off of the conversation we had about how girls spell their names. Megan, spelled Meghan, tweeted at us, "What the hell is wrong with Megan's with the H at SP Shoot? Might need to update my review. Laugh emoji, laugh emoji." Very good tweet. Very good tweet. Based off of what we talked about yesterday during Lightning Bets. So I thought when we got this review, and keep the reviews coming because it does make Joe and I laugh, and it's very, very therapeutic at this point. When I saw the title and the first line of the review, I thought it was somebody reviewing the wrong show, and I was very confused. Then I read the body, and I'm like, oh, this makes sense. So the reviewer has the name Outlaw Altar Boy. Subject of the review is Julia Child and Bob Villa approved. I don't know what that is. Maybe I should. My bad.
Do you know who Julia Child
review.
is? Do you know who Bob Villa is?
I know the name, but I don't. I've heard the name, but I can't place it.
Okay. Julia Child, she had a very popular cooking show, I don't know, 80s, I want to say. And she had a very strange voice. All right. And Bob Vila, he was always on like Channel 11 here in Chicago. He's like the first home improvement show, right? He always had a plaid shirt on, like, and I think like the network launched these home improvement shows based on Bob Vila. But as somebody who watched a lot of Channel 11, if they were in the Chicagoland area a few decades ago.
I know my
That's
first
the name, Gerch. Yeah.
The first one I remember is Mr. Food. That's who I remember.
ABC News, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Food. What a character. Anyways, the review. By far the best cooking / home improvement show ever created. From the sweet and savory apple pie baked beans to Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches to fall off the bone smoked meats, this show always makes you hungry for more. And don't forget the reverse steak sear that will change your life. This show not only knows its way around the kitchen, but the entire house. I was able to remove an injured bird from my backyard, learn that leaves need to be picked up before they freeze to the grass, know how to call someone to fix my pool, and understand the difference between the sound of a power washer, vacuum, and leaf blower. Oh, and someone told me they promote this as a sports gambling show? The marketing people got it all wrong. It's a very good review. Very good.
A+. I forgot about some of this stuff that was mentioned in there. The bird getting caught in my filter in the pool. Yeah.
You came back from break. You came back from break and said, "You won't believe what just happened."
Thing was
Wasn't the dog? Hideous. The dog was trying to get the bird, right? Tucker was trying to get the bird out.
Yeah. There's the Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches were a thing for a couple weeks. Couldn't find them anywhere. People were checking in. Oh, it's at this Walmart, not at that Walmart. 4th of July. This is somebody that listens every day. Like they're there the dog days. I love that. That's funny. By the way, the other night, I tried the reverse sear method that you mentioned on the show. One thing that I did know, I made a steak for Jack, and then I did one for me. So much more flavor. Mm-hmm. This is the way to go. Like it doesn't burn off all the seasoning. Like if you just scorch it in the pan first. Like if you go the other way, go oven first. You said 275 for about a half hour. Yeah, mine was a little bit longer than that, but yeah, it was. I thought it was terrific. And Jack was like, "Yeah, this is how you need to make it every time. This is how."
Jack
this is how we
said
do it."
that? Damn. Let's
Yeah.
go, Jack.
It's like said it's so much better this way. And he loves steak to begin with. But yeah, it was good.
So what I was told about it is that it removes the moisture, and I don't know if that's real or not, but that's what somebody had said to me. And I said, okay, I'll try it, and I haven't done it another way since. So
yeah. It was excellent, no doubt about it. The room. Let's bring in Paul Aspin. Find out where the room is at for Thursday night football.
Where's the room?
All right, Paul. We have some guesses on what they're going to do with May and Fields and Henderson, but tell us, what are they thinking so far tonight?
All right. Shocker. Patriots heavy. So the 5 most bet props at BetMGM. Number 5, Stephon Diggs. Over 4.5 receptions made. -120.
Yeah. Yep. It wouldn't surprise me if there is another Diggs one in there, especially with one of the starting receivers out. He's going to get a lot of love. What else you got? What's that for?
Sorry about your offensive rookie of the year ticket, Joe. Trevion Henderson over 78.5 rushing yards at -115.
Okay. I expected that one.
Yeah. Drake May, but on the ground. Drake May over 23.5 rushing yards at -115. And then this might be our fade. Drake May over 5.5 rushing attempts at -150.
why? Why -150? Why?
That was number 2?
That's number 2.
What? My why is, why would they run him a lot against the Jets as a 2-touchdown favorite?
Yes.
At -150.
Yeah, well, there's that too. The price is awful. Wow, it's a good call on a possible fade. That doesn't
The
make a lot
room
of
is
sense.
so dumb.
Yeah, room's dumb. It's number 1.
Let me see what the under on May is. For attempts is +115. All right, number 1 most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight's game. Makes sense if they're thinking Patriots blowout. Breece Hall under 16.5 rushing attempts at -118.
I mean, there's one way to beat the Patriots. It's just get ahead and sit on the lead and run the ball. But
they're hard to run against.
I know that, but
Yeah.
if you get ahead on them and you just force feed the running back, like, this is going to fly over. So I do, to rewind for 1 second, the fact that props at this sports book are -150 and +115, that's a freaking joke too. I mean, good Lord.
Bad.
What a straddle there. -150 should be +130 or +125, not +115. But that's a different conversation for another show, maybe. I'm going to be on the Jets for sure. Like, I'm going to take 13, given everything I just heard.
Henderson,
Yep,
longest
gonna happen.
rush. Henderson, longest rush for me. Over 14.5 yards. He'll get one, and he'll go off on that. It wouldn't surprise me if he has multiple touchdowns. I'm not betting -170, though, for an anytime touchdown for Henderson. But if you're doing the same game parlay, him into the end zone, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't surprise me if he got a couple, but my favorite Henderson bet, over 14.5 on the longest rush. No idea what Fields is going to do. I guess he'll run, but 40.5 is the number. Paul, what do you... Oh, by the way, as far as like fading the room with the rushing attempts for May, yeah, that makes sense. Why would you put him in harm's way in this game? Unless it's a tight game late. I don't understand that one.
All right, I'll just officially put in the Jameis coaster. Giants money line, 3+ passing touchdowns and 250+ passing yards against the Packers. Tie that all together, +2,200.
All right,
Moon.
Very good. Paul, are you going to bet Ole Miss?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I still, based on the case you guys laid out at minus 14.5, I mean, I can still get on board there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I didn't love to hear Kelly be like, and I came back. Like, I get the 4-point middle, especially since she went pretty strong on the front end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't love hearing that for that case, but that's what's only. I'll give you an official decision tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe we come down to 14.
Mr. New York, Jake Hassan. Anything?
Mr. New York is something we're not going to do. Let's just kill that one right away. Thank you.
Some people aren't cut out for it, Jake. It's all right.
That's all right. Sure. Whatever. Rhode Island better anyway.
Can't make it there.
Yeah.
Make
right.
it anyway.
Famously. Right. Okay. Sure. Thanks. Appreciate that.
It's a song lyric, Jake. It's a Sinatra lyric.
Wait, you didn't know that?
He didn't know.
If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere.
Never been to a Yankees game. Jeez, Jake.
Right.
Jake's more of a Mets guy.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I'm going to do is Bengals, AFC North, 20-1, MGM. Let's rock. Joe Burrow, Witch, Moon.
Do you have anything on AL MVP tonight?
No. I had no one. The only bet I made on AL MVP was in the middle of the summer when Judge got hurt. I took a shot on Scooble 100-1. Not going to win, so I'm good.
Yeah. All right. Mets guy.
Joe,
noted
you would have
Mets
been
guy.
Yes, noted
you would have been
Mets
proud
lover.
of me last night. Last night, I
What
Wesley
happened?
sniped some guy in darts in front of his friends. He didn't want a rematch. I wish you were there. I wish you.
He
would have
didn't
seen
want it?
Nope.
You
he
wanted
didn't want
it?
the smoke. He talked smack.
Oh.
He got smoked in front of his friends, and he didn't want to play again.
I was wondering if Sinatra was 100 years older than Jake. Not quite, for the record.
How close?
1915.
Still gotta
and then
know
what,
that.
96?
Still gotta
yeah,
know.
you still got to know that.
Still
That's
gotta
a
know
miss,
that.
Jake.
Come on.
It's all right.
Back on Friday here on Bet
Sorry.
Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.